about 10 years. Yeah. Thank you for everyone coming to bring us.
So
together.
Juan is also one of the office founders. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, welcome. The next one.
My name is Ping. I'm a actually professional medical professional. So I also did some business, the refugee business. So I know the knowledge of the time. But the learning or knowing are never ends. So I'm to try to explore more opportunities and then serve my time as well.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you. Yeah.
My name is Shaina Yan, and I'm working as a researcher for the Berkshire Hathaway company. And then I'm kind of interested in the Learn Fast college. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. How about you?
I'm Nathan Yang, a software engineer. I'm working for Dish Network. Basically, I'm watching on the game and I'm retired, so I'm here to listen sometimes running for its financial stuff to see if I can investigate more from that part on to watch on the
Awesome. Yeah.
My name is Mehdi. My background is in engineering actually. I'm working actually with Ping, a partner within doing home health care now at this point. And I'm here to learn about estate planning and I think annuities. It's going to get up into this. So excited to learn about that.
Cool. Welcome. Okay, we have one more friend. Mimi. Your turn.
How would it feel? I live in Tokyo with my daughter. I like the event very much. I take picture everywhere.
Really, yeah. So a new immigrant and she with her husband is coming. She always helps our event to take some wonderful picture. Yeah, just yeah, welcome, Mimi. Or thank you for coming to help. Yeah, so I think that everybody we got it, right? Okay. Oh. I think.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, the chair.
I work at the Remax Denver, the real estate franchise. I'm an IT support here.
Welcome, Bing. Yeah, we work together in Denver Chinese School. Yeah, so and would you like to introduce yourself?
No.
Okay, so okay, go. Thank you so much, everybody. It's really good to learn about you and whatever you are, background different, but we have the common because everybody love to learn. Yeah, so now it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker. Grant Smith has been excelling as VP and Relationship Manager at Athene. Athene's a top wholesaler for total annuity sales in both 2022 and 2023. With over 15 years of experience in the financial industry, Grant has consistently delivered outstanding results and built a strong client relationship. Not only hired knowledgeable, but also incredible, approachable. Yeah, Grant residents in Denver with her wife and his daughter. And actually, Grant is the first provider come our community to do the presentation last year. So, I know the American people is not working at the weekend, but he's still coming. Last year, my community's clubhouse.
Yes.
Yeah, we met each other, but this year he come again. Let's give him like an honest welcome. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Was there a clicker by chance?
Yes.
Oh, here it is. Perfect. Well, welcome everybody, and thanks for having me in this. My name is Grant Smith. So I work for a company called Athene. We're probably the biggest insurance company in the world that you've never heard of, and that's intentional. And I'll walk through that today. But I know there's a lot of potential investors, maybe some people thinking about crossing over. getting some extra side cash as a financial advisor, working in the financial planning business. But I'm gonna tell you today why this is the absolutely perfect time to be an investor, right? Not just in annuities, but today now, right? And why the pricing is right today. But I'm gonna just dive real quick. So it's by show of hands, has anybody not heard of Athene in this room? It's okay if you haven't. Okay.
Oh, I look.
So anybody that does not know, yep, so
But not-
Beatrice, we spoke, right? So you work with private equity through Deloitte, right? So we merged with Apollo. Yep, out of a big New York City firm. We merged with them in January of 2022. And we make up 70% of their overall revenue. Just give you an idea of our size, right? But we don't do one commercial. You'll never see us in network news, right? Around the 6 o'clock news. For those that follow American football, the Super Bowl ads that are famous, the commercials, we won't be on those. And that's because we put all the money that would be earmarked for marketing back into our investments to help grow for our clients, right? Our potential investors. And many of you have some advisors and agents in here that have helped you grow, right? Your business. And for those of you that have not invested or are interested, I'm going to help show you today why it makes so much sense. And you'll never have to worry about losing one penny of your investment ever again, right? So Athene is an A+ rated company. So financial institutions, the way, in order for us to get into banks like Wells Fargo or maybe a Merrill Lynch or a TD Ameritrade or some of those bigger, or Bank of America, we need to prove to them that we have assets that can more than offset our debt, right? So to give you an idea of that, so for every dollar of debt that we have $5 of assets to make up for that, right? Give you an idea of how strong we really are. And that's where A+ rated across the board. That's just extra conviction for you knowing that your money is safe at the peak, right? But many of you may know some of these other companies up here, right? So maybe you've heard of Nationwide,
Your life.
New York Life,
Was
Pac Life.
Yes.
yeah, those are big advertisers, right? Mass Mutual sometimes advertises, Allianz a little bit, right? But what's significant, and I've shared this story at Enon's office in New Jersey before, but what you'll notice about this, these are the top 10 total annuity companies last year in the marketplace. And Athene finished #1 by far. That's almost $35.5 billion of clients' investments that people trusted with Athene, right? Almost $11 billion more than what went to Mass Mutual. Now, why is that? Well, here's an example too. Pac Life, I'll ask this question. Does anybody in here know what the logo is for Pac Life?
Yes, the well.
The whale, right?
Yeah.
It's a whale. And you'll see them in commercials. Now, do you know how much Pac Life spends just to trademark that whale for their commercials in an annual cost? Just throw a number out. 60 million. 60 million just to trademark that, right? So when we think about this, when we launched, Athene launched 15 years ago, our CEO was like, we could come out with a big Greek god maybe logo to match our Greek name, Athene. Or let's just put all that money that's earmarked for marketing and consumer awareness back into product. And so that's what we did. So that $60 million that Pac Life spends in advertising, we put back into our investments. So you guys, your clients can grow, or you as an investor can grow, knowing that you're going to get the retirement, make a remarkable retirement that you deserve, right? And we've done the right thing for the clients without advertising, and word of mouth has spread, right? So now you're able to do 3 things with Athene. You can guarantee that you'll never lose one penny of your investment, right? Where you're going to get access to uncapped growth potential in the stock markets, US economic stock markets, all at no fees. Does that sound interesting? Right? What if I said there's an investment we have in an annuity form that will also pay you 12% just to move your IRA over? Or move that money into cash, we'll give you 12% on top of that, just to move it over, right? So in other words, yesterday, anybody know what happened in the stock market yesterday?
Yeah.
It was one of the worst markets we've seen this year, right? That's very fresh. For those of you that track your portfolio every day, that's no bueno, right? It's not good. So what we offer at Athene, whenever that market turns south, like it did yesterday, you can't penetrate a zero floor. Meaning whenever the market goes down negative 800 points like it did yesterday, you can't penetrate a zero. So zero is your hero, right? You'll never lose 1 penny of your investment. That's what we're doing here, and that's where the success has come and the growth for us. That was last year's, but this is just to give you an idea of what's starting this year. A little shake up at Athene, you know, right now through Q1, we're still the top provider of total annuities in the world. Just for the extra conviction to let you know what we're doing here. But now, how does the annuity grow? How does your investments grow in an annuity platform? So what we do is very unique, right? If you could go to a Edward Jones financial advisor down the street, invest your money with him. He may put it in mutual funds, maybe ETFs. These are all trackable investments, but they also come with what's called an expense ratio. Anybody know what the expense ratio is? It's a fee,
Yes.
right? So that's another word for a fee. And then the Edward Jones or Merrill Lynch advisor or the banker may charge what's called a wrap fee, which is essentially an average of 1% on your total assets with them. So at the end of the day, you're going to have the wrap fee eating up your gains, the investments expense ratios, which are the fees for each investment you're allocated into, eating up your total gains. And then not only that, if the market did what it did yesterday, you're exposed to that loss as well, plus the fees. So Apollo, which is who we merged with back in 2022, they recognized there was a major need for growth, especially for conservative investors that are approaching retirement, right? And those that are entering their 60s or 70s that can no longer afford to have the exposure to a stock market, right? Because the longevity is coming to an end in their lifespan. So they realized what if we created what's called an indexed annuity? In other words, we're going to give the client uncapped growth potential so they can still participate in the stock market, but never let them lose $1 if it goes down. And then let's make it super cheap. Let's just make it no fees. And then, so what's the catch on that, right? It sounds too good to be true.
Right.
Potentially, right? So, the catch is essentially, there's no catch. You still have liquidity, meaning you can access your money up to 10% of it each year if you need, right? Which is usually more than enough. But it's your money is put into a 7-year or a 10-year contract. So essentially, your investment, Athene is going to be investing that for 7 years, let's say, or 10 years, whatever the contract you go with. So we have 10 years to make our promises to you on that money. In doing that, that's how we can also price in the fact, okay, we're going to absorb any risk. We're going to let them participate in the gains because we have their money for 10 years. And if you do need liquidity or you need access to your money, you can get access to it up to 10% free, day one of your investment. So you still have liquidity, right? So essentially by locking your money up with us for 7 or 10 years, I don't want to say locking it up because you have access to it, but securing your money with us for 10 years is how we can promise that you'll never lose a penny of your investment, give you the gains that we're showing here, right? So last year, Athene, one of the other reasons, we've been the #1 provider of annuities in the industry is we have access to 2 US indexes. Everybody knows the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, right? For those that are in tech, the NASDAQ's been the index of the last decade, as we all know, with technology exposure. But what we did is we realized we wanted to be able to provide a way for your clients' money to grow, or for you potential investors' money to grow by locking it in. But what we're doing is let's say you give us $100,000. We're gonna give you a 12% premium bonus on that, so that's 12 grand. So now your money is sitting at 112 grand day one. And you're gonna invest it in these two indexes, the NASDAQ or the S&P 500. And those indexes rebalance hourly. So what they're doing is, as the market's moving during the day, there's 7 trading hours in a day. It's looking at what stocks are going to give the most upside potential. And then if there's any volatility, it moves your money back to cash to protect it. And then when the market drops, it goes back in at a buying opportunity and so you can ride the wave back up, right? And these indexes last year did 17.3%, and then our S&P 500 index did 14.3. Year to date, the S&P 500, the FC stands for fast convergence, and that just means intraday trading. It just means it's rebalancing every hour of the day. Year to date, the S&P 500 is the #1 index in the entire world in the annuity marketplace. It's up about 11% right now. And then what's even neater is we give you what's called a participation rate. So in some cases, you can capture more than 100% of this investment. So as an example, we have an annuity called Performance Elite. Gives you a 12% premium bonus on your investment, and you're capturing 130% of whatever that index does. We credit that. So if you captured 130% of that 17.3% return, somebody's looking at just a little over 20% return, right? That's what we do. So we had folks in their 80s last year that had 22% returns, right? Who else in their 70s and 80s? Where can you go for an 80-year-old to get that kind of gain without having direct exposure to a stock market? That's what we're doing, and that's why the futures of index annuities has just been taking off like a rocket engine, because you have the ability at your fingertips to no longer lose 1 penny of your investment, no fees to worry about, and you can get stock market growth, right? And that's what we're doing here, and why it's led to success. And if there's any questions why I'm presenting, please interject at any time. So I just wanted to show this slide here, just shows a few, these are all of our indexes. With the top 2 are the ones I highlighted today in yellow bold. Now, these are the raw returns, meaning what these indexes did. This is before the participation rate. So in 2022, right, that was the 4th worst stock market in US history, right? One of the worst markets we've seen since 2008. Look at all those people that were in the stock market. They had to dig out of a 21% loss, right? 14% down. The raw at the S&P 500 index, the NASDAQ was down 36%, right? So what if your neighbor is talking about how their 401k is down 36% from their equity exposure, or in their IRA or their 401k. In the meantime, you could tell them, well, that's too bad, but my Athene annuity just credited me at 0 that year, right? I didn't have to lose anything. And then so when the market turns in 2023, everything rebounded. So you're going back up from a 0 versus digging out from 15% negative, right? That's what we do in the form of an index annuity. And then I just showcase a few of our competitors here, Nationwide and Allianz. What's unique about this, the stock market in 2023 was up well over 20%, right? So we want to make sure that our indexes are going to be correlated to stocks, right? Because we don't want you to invest your money in, let's say, the Nationwide JP Morgan Mosaic Index. And in 2023, you can see that was up 0.92% when the stock market was up over 25%. Right? So what we want to do is we're going to give you access to correlated stock markets. So when you invest with Athene in our top yellow indices, you're going to have direct exposure, right? So those that were in the NASDAQ index captured 130% of that 17.3% return, right? Does that make sense? Trying to really just emphasize the power of zero is your hero in a down year, especially fresh from yesterday's stock market. Our clients never saw anything down. Right? When the market goes back up, they'll also experience that ride. And that's why it's great for your money. So I'm going to pivot into our top selling index annuity. This is the #1 product in the world. We did over $8 billion in this last year. And it's called Performance Elite, right? It's a 7-year or a 10-year surrender schedule, just meaning your money's invested for 7 years or 10 years. But today I'm going to be talking about the 10-year product. Why? Because by investing your money for an additional 3 years, we're going to give you a free premium bonus, meaning we're going to give you 12% on your money you're moving to a theme. So if you've got $100,000 in a savings account right now, we're going to give you 12 grand just to move that over, right? Or if you've got a 401k that's fresh off a loss from yesterday, we're going to give you 12% of that to offset that loss from yesterday to bring it over, right? That's pretty important. So what you get, the top 10 reasons Performance Elite, and this is why most advisors love this. It's pure growth. It's just an accumulation play, in other words. And what you're getting is that 12% premium bonus, which essentially is a free premium bonus on your investment. There's no fee on this base version product, right? You got the best market leading indexes in the industry, so you can hit stock market returns with no risk. And also enhanced liquidity we offer as well. So you can take up to 20% free withdrawals in a year if you ever need your money. So I'm going to just showcase an example of why this product won product of the year in our industry. Let's say in a hypothetical situation, you invested 100 grand in this product. And we have what's called, before I dive into that, here's all of our index options, right? There's a lot to choose from. But what we're focusing on is just our NASDAQ and S&P 500. Those are our top indexes year over year, every industry. And you can see in the far right columns, there's 2 different participation rates. That's going to be your total capture of whatever the index does. At a cost of 1.25%, as an example, the S&P 500, you can capture 140% by paying 1.25% more a year. So that essentially means at a cost, you can participate in more upward growth. We see a lot of people do that. Here's why. In this example, let's say it was the year 2000 to 2010, right? We went through 2008, market rebounded. It was a lost decade of no gains. Everybody finished flat. This person invested $100,000 in Performance Elite, and they were allocated into the strategy chart. So they're hoping to get more market capture by paying a cost. And they paid $15,000 in fees, right? And they only received $13,000 in gains by the end of the 10 years. Well, that's not cool, right? That means they're $2,000 in the hole. So what do we do at Athene? We're gonna, if our indexes don't perform and you pay more in a fee, if you choose to pay the fee, we're going to reimburse you all of your money back to your original investments. You can always guarantee that your money is safe and you're never going to lose 1 penny of it. So in other words, why not go for the home, shoot the moon, go for the home run and access the strategy charge as long as you have no plans to surrender your contract? You're going to get the upward potential, right? And Athene's going to assume all the risk and pay you back if those indexes don't perform. So this reasoning here is really what made it win product of the year, with its index abilities and the strength behind them. And I'm going to just show you a quick example here. So this is an illustration. I'm going to walk through, and I like it because it shows, this is the past 10 years. It shows down years. So you're going to see where the market was down 20%, the client gets a 0 credit, right? It's going to show some significant upside years, which we've seen the last couple of years as well. But in this example, for those of you that can't see it, I'm going to walk through it. This person, this is an illustration we ran for a client that had a $250,000 401k. They rolled it over to Athene. We paid them a $30,000 premium bonus, 12% on that $250,000. For free. They compound interest off that day one. We allocated it into the indexes I talked about today, our NASDAQ and our S&P 500. And this is a 10-year product. So they got in at age 60, and after 10 years, they walk away. Their $250,000, right, has grown to $823,000 in 10 years with no risk of money loss. At that point, you can take the money, or you can renew it after 10 years. If you're younger than age 60, as an example, and they'll pay you another 12% premium bonus and let it grow again. So this is really the future of index annuities and why it's been so successful for our investors, and what we're doing. So I'll stop right there to see if there's any questions, for those that maybe haven't experienced any losses in investments. What are your most, what are the pain points you feel? What keeps you up at night? Yeah, ask away. I'm happy to address any questions.
For the early sell, you're being in terms of premium owners, like, can you show me the previous slide?
Yeah, so the premium bonus is vested, right? So the money, so here's the other thing too. When you open an annuity contract, it's a 10-year contract. And we're giving you these guarantees. But if you were to surrender that contract premature of that 10-year expiration, that premium bonus of 12% we give you, it's vested, meaning if the earlier you surrender your contract, we'll retract some of that premium bonus. So it's never in the best interest to ever surrender a contract. Most people never do it unless there's, God forbid, some financial burden that comes up and they need money now. But in other words, yeah, so that there is retracting of that if that happens.
But other investment products, this one is not as FDIC insured, like investment.
So the one thing you'll find out, which we learned at the Silicon Valley Bank, most episode of the last couple of years, was FDIC only insures up to $250,000.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened to the Silicon Valley Bank crisis, for those of you that remember?
Right.
They went underwater to the point where they couldn't, the FDIC, what everybody's promised for insurance, they couldn't even meet everybody's obligation to pay them back $250,000, right? So what's unique with insurance is, yes, you have that peace of mind with FDIC insurance, but we've learned that it's kind of overpromised. And there's really not enough money to protect everybody in that program. So with an insurance company, we have what's called, what I talked to at the beginning. It's a term within our industry that's called the risk-based capital ratio. Essentially what that means is, for all of our debt, how many assets do we have to back that up, right? And that's how that you get your rating. Similar to taking a test, you get an A+ or a B. We have an A+ in our obligations to meet any debt. So for any dollar of debt, we can offset that 5 to 1, right? And on top of that, our parent company, Apollo, one of the world's largest private equity firms, we have access to them in all of their capital, no questions asked. So at any given time, we can access $1 billion if the God forbid scenario happens. If JP Morgan went under, I think we have more issues to worry about. But in the insurance world, it's more protected and more safe. Right? Yeah, question here.
I understand your benefit for if we draw the level go left value, so that's a guarantee. But in case the market go 200%, and with your investment 1 week of return, if the market give us 20% or 200% return, what do you give us like that?
Yeah, so that's a great question, right? So let's take a look at this. So the question is, if let's say the market did 20%, or let's say the index that you allocated to did 20%, right? So let's say that, just to keep things simple, our AI index, our artificial intelligence index, let's say it did 20%. And if you're paying a cost of 1.25% each year to capture 160%, or you can pay no cost at 120, you're capturing 160% of that 20%. Right? It's pretty nice. And that's where we're able to do this. And how we're able to do that is, again, we're extending this investment over to 10-year time frame. When we hedge, we're buying options at discounted prices, right? And we're also hedging buying US 10-year treasuries at an institutional rate well north of 5% to hedge all these guarantees we're promising you. Right? That's the secret sauce and how we're able to do it. Great question.
Thanks. Yeah. Can you just like give an example using that number? So if you invested $100,000, the market's 20%, so essentially your ending balance at the end of the year could potentially be $120,000 if you were investing into your own mutual fund. Or I mean, it won't be a mutual fund, but we can get that. Your guarantee was that first year to get 10%, right? That's your contract. What it switches to 110%, which 10,000. What do you get between that 2,000 difference? Essentially, is that how the company makes the money?
So we make the money. Keep in mind, we're not directly investing in these indexes with your money, right? We're just using these indexes to drive what we're going to be crediting to your investment. So yesterday, we issued $110 million of business in one day, right? So yesterday, we also invested that $110 million to Apollo, who manages our general account. Our portfolio, every premium dollar, investment dollar that comes to Athene is invested. So we have access to investments that no other insurance carrier can access through Apollo, right? Our internal rate of return every single year on average has been 15%, right? So if you're putting 15% on average on a $120 million investment for that day's business, you could price out a lot of guarantees. And at the same time, we're also hedging buying the US 10-year treasuries. We had $120 million of issued business. We also bought $120 million of US 10-year treasuries at a 5.2% rate for the next 10 years. So no matter what the interest rates do next year, there's talk of interest rates dropping. It doesn't matter. Those 10-year treasuries that we bought are still going to get 5.2%. Even if the Fed goes back to zero, we're getting 5.2% for the next 10 years. That's how we price out our business every single day to drive the returns that we're showing you here. Question?
So it almost sounds like by getting this guarantee, by the way, this is the annual guarantee.
Yes.
Every year. By getting this guarantee, you give up maybe 40% of potential gain. Right?
Yeah. So
on the upside, you cut it down to 60%, but on the lower, you have make whole.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So here's the other thing too, right? You could invest directly. You could open up a Charles Schwab brokerage, and you can buy the S&P 500 ETF, BOO, and participate in 100% of that. So last year when it was up over 20%, you would have captured all that. But guess what? You also would have participated in yesterday. You know, where with us, you're not going to see the full 100% return you see with the S&P 500 because it'd be too good to be true. But what we can do is we're giving you the most equity exposure as we can at a certain level of risk. So when the market's up 20, we still give you that participation rate to get you to where the actual market was, right? In this case, you're capturing more than 100% of the returns. So that's in essence, the beauty of index annuities and why it's becoming the future of investments. And it's not just for older folks anymore, or people entering retirement. We just had 2 Los Angeles Dodgers baseball players, for those of you that know baseball, 2 Los Angeles Dodgers baseball players in their 20s put their signing bonuses into Performance Elite, right? So they put a couple $1 million in this each. It paid them a 12% premium bonus on that investment. And they're growing this they're growing this money tax deferred until they access it, you know, in their sixties, years down the road. So in other words, it's an incredible investment. They're never gonna have any exposure to loss. They're gonna have the ability to get stock market like gains for decades to come and growing tax deferred. If you invest in a CD acts like an annuity, right? In which it'll promise you a fixed rate, which can be competitive, but that you're paying tax on that credit every single year. In an annuity, you're never paying tax on that credit every single year until you access it years later, right? And at that point, you're just paying your taxable income credit rate. Yep.
I think you, at the start, you mentioned that this product you're offering have no fees, correct?
Yeah, there's no fee on the base version. Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand this, why there's a 1.25% strategy charge?
Yeah,
Why
so
not do that for every client that you have?
yeah, so there's no fee on this, right? But we throw the option out there. So they can get the ability, if you know, we're gonna say these indexes don't perform, you have the ability to get more upside potential if you want. It charges you 1.25% cost of your premium of your total portfolio value each year, right? But in doing so, the value is there. A fee is really only relevant in the absence of value. Do you guys agree with that? Right? So in this case, if we're gonna put a cost on something, we want to make sure there's 100% value behind that to offset what you're paying for. Now, if you want to make it 100% zero fee, you can, and it's still very competitive, right? You're still capturing in this first example, 160% at no fee versus 215% if you want to gamble a little bit. But again, at the end of the contract, if you paid 1.25% each year, and these only credited zero, if it was a 10-year down market, and you paid all those charges, we reimburse all of it at the end of the contract. So it's in your benefit to keep the investment going, right? Good questions. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I have to interrupt you.
Yeah, no.
Yes, thank you so much for all the great questions and
Yeah.
your answer. But because the time limit, I know, Ms. Brian, they have
Yes,
one more
that's
product.
true.
Yeah, if you have
Well-
questions, just so we will have the feedback after the lesson.
Yeah. Oh, sure. How are we doing on time?
Yeah, it's okay. So
Okay.
we will have one more product because I think everybody just really interested.
Yeah,
we want to-
so
we don't want
this-
to stop.
Oh, great questions. Hopefully you guys understand the value of index annuities. For those of you who had no idea before you met me today. That's what we call a growth index annuity, right? You get 100% growth, protected zero floor, all at no fees or reimbursable fees, right? Oh, by the way, with the premium bonus of 12% on your investment. Now, I want to talk to you about a way to make sure that if you want to get a paycheck, how you'll never outlive your money for the rest of your life. This is another idea, right? The first one is going to be for those that maybe have just money sitting as a high yield savings. You know, they just want some pure growth and security. That's Performance Elite. For those that want to offset or I guess maybe help themselves pay themselves a pension for the rest of their lives, we have what's called a Cent Pro 10 bonus, and that's an income product. And what you get with this is brand new. We just made this a little bit more enhanced from what we offer now. On this, you get a 20% income bonus, similar to the premium bonus. This one, you get 20%. And it's growing at 10% simple interest year over year, right? Until you turn your money on. And then you're just going to pay you based on payout factor of whatever your money has grown to for the rest of your life. And I'll walk through that. It also, is anybody in here have an annuity? Hold any annuities? Yeah. Yep. So let's say, I don't know, you may be happy with it, you may be not, but there's some older annuity contracts. There's some things called variable annuities, which have kind of put a bad name on the annuity world because they're high fees. And essentially you have exposure to a down market. So if you have money in an annuity you're not happy with, and you're still in surrender, you can use a premium bonus to offset that surrender charge. So let's say you have an annuity with Nationwide and it's it's gonna cost you 5% surrender charge to break that contract. You can use the premium bonus of 10% to offset that 5%. So you're netting 5% to move that money over to the fee, right? Oops, so this,
Can you do internal transfer?
you can do an internal transfer. Yep, you can do that too, but the premium bonus is great for underperforming annuities at other companies to break a surrender charge if you're unhappy, just want to get out of it, right? We're gonna pay you to break that surrender charge and bring it into something competitive at a fee. And then let's say you're 50 years old and you don't need to take money. You don't want to turn your pension on until age 70. Your income is going to grow at 10% simple interest for up to 20 years, right? And you could turn it on 20 years later. Let's say you're 50, now you're age 70, you turn that on and it's going to pay you a hyper growth payout factor on that income base. And I'll show you an example of this. But this is super important. This is called what we call an income doubler. Does anybody ever know anybody or maybe have experience with a family member that's been in a nursing home? Right? Probably, yeah, or know somebody that's gone to a nursing home. So why people like this, Ascent Pro bonus, if you ever are admitted into a nursing home and you're taking your money from this annuity, we're going to double your money. Because as you know, what's the average cost of nursing home expenses is $80,000 a year, right? And if you get on the coast, it's well over 100,000, right? Even in Colorado, it's more than 80 grand. So if you're admitted and you're taking income, we're going to double your money. So if we're paying you, let's say 80,000 a year, we're now going to pay you 160,000 a year for up to 5 years. And then at the end of the 5 years, if you're still living, it reverts back to the original payment of 80 grand for the rest of your life. All right. So that's the peace of mind play on this that we have. That's super important for folks. Now, here's an example of an illustration. What I love about this is it's guaranteed. You don't have to rely on any index performance, which it's just based on the 10%, which is guaranteed to the penny day one. So you run an illustration. In this case, the person was 65, right? There's a $250,000 investment. They get that 20% premium bonus on that. So their income base is sitting at 300 grand after year one, right? The income percentage, that's going to be what it pays you each year. You defer, the higher it goes. So it's in your interest to defer income as long as you can, right? You're also getting 10% simple interest, just like Social Security, how that builds. It's in your interest to delay as long as possible. Similar. So in this case, this client didn't need their money until 75 years old. They're going to use other means. They wanted this to grow for them. So they wanted to deplete their IRA before accessing this money. So at age 75, their $250,000 investment grew to 550 grand. And now they're turning on their income. It's paying them at a rate of 7.35% payout factor, which gets them on a $550,000 account value, just under $41,000 a year. That second column from the right. The far right column is going to be the peace of mind play, the nursing home play, right? God forbid you're admitted to a nursing home and we're paying you $40,425 a year. We're now going to double your money to $80,850, right? For 5 years. And then it's going to revert back to the original payment. So that's Ascent Pro bonus. It's a way to help control your payments, pay you for the rest of your life. Any questions on this one? Yeah.
Your percentage maximum is your 10%, right? If you go like now, every year your percentage is going for maximum to some 3.5, but your cap is 10%.
10% cap, correct. Because we're guaranteeing 10%, right?
So, sorry, but this one, do you have access to the 550 at the end of the time? Yes.
So So the income products are different. So this is essentially an income base. So when you get your annual statement, that's Performance Elite, the previous product, that's gonna be your cash value. That's a true investment, right? This is essentially the phantom income base. It's phantom money that just determines what we're paying you. There's still an account value. Remember I said there's a 10% premium bonus? So your $250,000 got that 10% premium bonus, and you're still gonna allocate to indexes that are driving that performance. But every year you take an income payment, it depletes the account value dollar for dollar by that amount, right? But it's also growing by whatever the indexes do. So the $550,000 that's not the account value. That's just determining an income base that we pay you. The account value is gonna be based on whatever the indexes do. Yeah, good questions. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you go to a nursing home, which. There's any risk of your life, but not living longer there. Let's say you pass away at age 77. What happens to the account value balance? Who owns the per contract? Who does that go to? Is that for a beneficiary?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good question. So there's a debt just similar to life insurance. Annuities also have a death benefit, which essentially is just whatever the account value is worth, right? So let's say this person turned income on it right away. It's paying them $18,600, but then they die the following year, God forbid. It's gonna pay them that remember the $250,000 investment plus a 10% premium bonus minus the $18,600 they just took out is what's gonna go to the beneficiaries. Okay. Yep, so,
I think maybe,
yeah.
if you have more questions, we can make the one by one appointment later. Yeah, but I think that's really,
Yeah, no,
everybody really
I wanna take
interested,
great
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Hopefully generated some interest. I'll tell you this. I'll leave you guys with this. There's never been a better time to invest in now. The pricing for index annuities have never been this competitive, and we don't know how much longer it's gonna last. So there is a sense of urgency there. As soon as the Fed announces interest rates to decline, you're gonna see the competitive payouts, the premium bonuses, the income bonuses also will drop because it's not as profitable for us to price these out at this high of a cost, right, or high of an offering. So the time is now. It's an incredible opportunity. But thanks again so much for your time, guys. Again, my name is Grant with the team. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's just, that's great presentation and let everybody know the other and the more annuity products. I think it's just like open the window, right? I'm really glad you being here, but many people don't know how great the financial tools. Yeah, especially that give you like a peaceful mind and you can have the better and great the retirement plan. Okay, let's give the Grant the one more round. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I really want to have more like similar like this because I think as a new great, many people really need to know all the financial tool you can use.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, let's do next speaker. And yeah, thank you so much. Okay. Today we not only for like the annuity income. So everybody also have like James ask about the takeover. If you have some risk, for example, you maybe in future when you're getting older, you will be lose some like a function, like maybe like a dementia or like have some disability. So what can you like protect you and your family? Let's just go into long-term care, the program. So let's introduce. Let me introduce the next speaker and the Jean. And she is. Let me see here. And she is our partner and also this officer founder. And she's used. Jean, maybe you just introduce yourself. Yeah. It's better, yeah. It's shortly, yes, and let everybody know you are better. Okay, please come in, yeah. I don't want to waste people the time. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, let's give the team our hand.
Good morning, everyone. I know it's a lot of information, but that's how we grow, when you feel uncomfortable, that's you going out of your uncomfortable zone, you're growing. I'm Jin, I'm one of the office founder here, and also proud to be with WFG as marketing director since 2020. It's my dream to have all the financial literacy and also financial education to help myself, my own family, and also share with my friends. So the next, I will, and on the other hand, even though I'm part-time here, I'm also working at the University of Colorado as a learning design manager, and also I'm the Denver Chinese School principal. So this gave me all the chance to share this wonderful news with everybody. Again, thank you, Grant. Your insightful. Jean's family is also our Thames clients.
Oh, wow.
Right,
Yeah.
and
Great.
my husband is here.
Oh.
Right, we all joined the Agility 10. So we really feel this is a good product, and that's why we share with the friends. And thank you for insightful presentation. And with the solution you provided, we feel it's like worry-free, right? But however, when we talk about a retirement planning, this is just one piece of the puzzle. So there's another big important aspect is what I'm going to talk about next. It's called long-term care. Okay, so what means long-term care planning? The first thing we need to find out what is long-term care. So is anybody familiar with this term?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So if you have any activities, challenges with, 2 out of the 6 from the following, like bathing, eating, dressing, toileting, transferring, or continence. And or you have some cognitive impairment like Alzheimer or dementia. And so that will consider as a long-term care. So just simply say, I want to go fast. And you say, oh gosh, that's too far away. I'm still healthy, I'm good, I'm tough. But see, look at the data that is showing. After 65 years, you will see there is a 70% will need some form of long-term care. And see, that's the potential, is very high. And then you said, oh yeah, I'm still young, I don't reach that age yet. But look at the people who's already in the long-term care, period, 40% are under 65. So we don't want to say this is a joke, is want to shock you, but that's the data. And also look at this without, especially for many people who come here, we're first generation immigrants, and we don't have any roots here, which you don't have any family support you, or have you, any of you has expect your kids to take care of you when you are getting that situation. Myself, I just a big question mark. So when you look at this slide, you will see in general the average cost for each state. And you can say, oh, I'm not in New Jersey, I'm not in California. Then look at, the Colorado. So you can look at if we even, people who's take care of the elders. Actually, one of my guests, they couldn't be here is because his mom needed long-term care. And he couldn't find anybody to take care of her mom. So he couldn't go out freely. And so you can, the number here, that's for now is like 116,000 roughly, 11,000, $100 here, you have to think about per month, right? Per year and annually. But once you start long-term care, usually the period is 45 years, which means like $500,000 you need to be prepared. So that's pretty much, we can see the future. And also, I didn't talk about the inflation here yet. For you guys have to think about that when we get retired or 20 years after today, what will happen? I bet it will be double the payment. Okay, so then we're going to say, long-term care, say, oh, I can do Medicaid, I do Medicare, I have, medical insurance cover me, that's good. Then you can, do you think you're qualified? Anybody know Medicaid? If you want to go, other than that, you have to pay everything dollar to dollar, right? For all those in out of your pocket. For Medicaid, which means you have to meeting the, you have to meeting the federal poverty line, which means your personal income have to be lower than 2,000 per year, and also it have to be consecutively 5 years from the past 5 years. So that means you have to qualify in 5 years. Your income is lower than 2,000. And consider, I bet people come to this room, you have a lot of asset more than that. And also you see the Medicare will take care of me, but Medicare only gave you 110 days period, which 20 days is free for long-term care, but 80 days is copay. After that, it's all out of your pocket. So that is the reality. And if you have heard about the Washington state, they already start to charge the tax, for like a 0.58% from the tax. And we have friends who live in Washington. I know your school is open in Washington, right? And I have friends working there in Amazon, and they already start charging this. But if you already have your long-term care policy in place, then you don't have to worry about this part. So you say, oh gosh, there's Washington, so nothing related to me. But you look at this one today, on a state level, you will see Colorado is in part of this one because we're a blue state, especially during the election year. There are many politics were involved. So if you have paid attention, I started heard that teacher from public school, the HR start to remind them they better to buy their own long-term care from now on. So there are some things, if there's a wave come over, you better to see the signals ahead of time. So again, even you said, okay, I'm not from this state, I'm fine. Are you sure you really not worried about the long-term care, based on the data I just showed before? Okay, so last but not least, I will leave all those kind of detailed data to that our CEO, marketing director, Yinan Xiao, to give you more information here. And Ms. Xiao came from New Jersey. Let's give her a warm welcome. Yes, she had been in this industry for like 19 years. And she had helped a lot of family, professional help, including myself. So I just feels like this is our pleasure to have her here.
Great, thank you. Thank you for Jane's wonderful sharing about long-term care and introduction about me. Okay. And again, thank you, Grant Smith, Kim. You spend your family time with us.
Yeah.
You treat us as a family member, right?
Your family.
Okay. So, thank you so much. Yeah, I just came this morning actually to Denver. Yeah, my flight was delayed last night, but luckily I am here to share with you. Jean already introduced how important, why we need long-term care, right? But there are many choices, including, I think, annuity. Okay, but we know, generally speaking, annuity can only provide a limited coverage because you have to go to the nursing home. But what if you want to stay home, right? But what if the long-term care go more than 5 years? Grant Smith, we have to have our own solution. Many carriers, they come up with different solutions, not just one. For example, like Nationwide, they have multiple choices. And as a team, our team, we're very technical. And we have done extensive research among all the rating companies and compare with different solutions for our clients to make sure we can select one of the best solutions for them. Okay. And when it comes to the long-term care, I actually, usually I was asked first, when should I start long-term care policies, right? If it's standalone, probably you want to start in your
50s, 60s, because you don't want to pay that long. But standalone solutions right now only takes over 10% of the market right now. And for the linked benefit, for the asset-based life insurance-based long-term care, you really want to start from now, when you're still young, when you're still qualified for it, okay? And when it comes to the details of the long-term care, you really want to look into a few things. Number one, can you pay up the policy? Are you gonna pay forever? Or it takes you 5 or 10 years to pay up the policy? So when you start the policy, if the annual premium is guaranteed or it's gonna increase, for some policies, you know what? Next year, you don't want to what kind of bill you're gonna receive, okay? And number two is, when you claim the long-term care benefits, is it convenient? Requires the annual certification, or it's difficult? You have to submit all the receipts, and if your family member take care of you, then there is no way for you to get the money back. You want to really take a look at all those details terms. Last but least, what if we're lucky, right? Jane already shared. We still have about 20 to 30% chance we will never have long-term care events. So when that case happens, what's gonna happen to your money? Do you still have the benefit for your family? Okay. And with all that in your mind, when it comes to the market, still, I mean, in the last 19 years, I helped a lot of families to review their policies. Some of them came to me. They said, Ina, I have long-term care insurance policy already, but when you look into the policy, oh my God, it's not exactly long-term care. It's what? Chronic illness, which means when the situation is recoverable, then it's not covered. And also when they claim the policy, when they claim the long-term care, and they found out there is a huge discount, which causes the huge uncertainty. So that's why you really want to, have the professional help. And here I just want to share with you a recent case. Both families, see this family, husband 46 with medical history, high blood pressure, okay, and the wife has a very good health. So their financial goal basically is to have $500,000 coverage, targeting 10 years premium before they retire, right? They want to finish the payments. So actually we compared all the different solutions for them, and also with the annuity too. Okay, but besides that, we want to make sure if they want to stay home for long-term care, they still have benefits. So that's why we have standalone asset-based life insurance plus long-term care. So we compare different payment style, and also based on see if they pay almost the same premium, they will have a different amount of the total long-term care benefits. And regarding the claim method, and different company provides different method. For some company, you just need your family doctor's annual certification, then you can receive the monthly long-term care benefits. And you can use the money for any kinds of usage. For example, you can install elevator in your house. Is that wonderful? Or you can go back to China to retire, still receiving the long-term care benefits, right? But some providers, they don't have that kind of benefits. Okay. Last but least, I mean, they look into, because they have next generation, they have a daughter just graduated from Duke. They want to make sure the doctor can benefit from the policy just in case they never use the long-term care benefits, or they never use up the long-term care benefits. Okay. And how about the international client? How many of you know somebody who's not a green card holder, who's not a US citizen? They just came here to invest their money, spend the money. Okay, only DJ. Okay, a lot of people in New York like that. Okay, right? Like this gentleman, 53 years old, with annual income, 6-figure income, and net worth global-wise 5 million. Okay, and we help them to compare with different companies. And finally, we did the solution with Symatron, because this provides chronic illness, not exactly long-term care, But for international client, this is the best, a chronic illness rider. Just in case he need long-term care, permanent situation. He just came here, a one-time claim $500,000, can go back to any country he wants, okay? And also there is cash value with tax-free benefits accumulation. Anytime the family can access. Last but least, just in case something happened to this gentleman, there is a tax-free death benefit payout lump sum to the family to take care of any potential estate tax. Why? Because this gentleman also owns 1 million real estate in New Jersey. Okay, as an international investor, what's the potential risk, Hainan? Our top realtor here. Do you have any clients? They don't have, they came here as with B1, B2 visa, right? They love the house here, they love Denver. They invest a couple, even more houses here, right? And when they're alive, everything's okay. They just need to pay the maintenance, property tax, everything. But what if something happened to them? They pass away. How much estate tax are they gonna pay? Yes, that's really a lot. Instead of like a US person, because as a US person, you know what? Each of us, we have more than 13 million estate tax exemption, right? But as international clients, you know what? For the tangible assets, their estate tax exemption only $60,000. So for this gentleman, 1 million real estate in US, if he pass away, almost the whole house is subject to the estate tax. The tax rate can be as high as 40%. Half of the house is down. And also estate tax has to be paid by cash within 9 months when the owner passes away. That really causes huge challenges. Is that right? So don't you think this policy will take care of the estate tax? Is that right? Is that smart solution for the family? Okay, so Hainan, for each of the investor like that, you have to talk with them about estate tax. Help them to take care of the issue. Okay, clear? So now we understand, right? Okay, the holistic planning is very important. As we promised you, we're gonna share with you how we can plan for the estate planning part, right? So let's start with basic planning. For the basic planning, it has nothing to do with tax issue. Okay, if you believe you don't have estate tax issue, come to us. We can help you. Our team can help you to build up multi-million assets. Okay, make sure you have a good problem. But just in case we're normal families, okay, and a young family, we have kids. Have you ever thought about, just in case, I have 2 young kids, okay, they are minors. Just in case my husband and I have something happen, we pass away, who's gonna take care of my 2 kids? We don't have any relatives in the United States. Both of our side's parents, they live in China, and they don't have permanent visa in the United States. What's gonna happen to my 2 kids? Most likely foster families, okay, right? You leave the odd to, a lot of uncertainty. So that's why will is very important for us. That's why after I give birth to my first one, I started to have a will, trust, everything. Because I want to make sure I point the right guardian for my 2 young kids. And just in case something happened to us, we want to make sure there is no probate involved. What is probate? What is probate?
Government prepare the assets and then the charge.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, the state court will step in, freeze everything you have, except the contract, like a retirement contract, like annuity from Athene, long-term, life insurance, right, with long-term care. Although those things won't go through the probate. But for the house we own, for the brokerage account, for the bank account, those all will go through probate, okay? It can be really costly. In New Jersey, in Colorado, I'm not very sure, but in most of the states, they will charge you anywhere from like 2% to 4% probate fee based on your total assets, okay? And also, you're gonna expose all your privacy. Last but least is what? It can be really long time. Okay, averagely it takes 1 to 2 years. And sometimes, like, do you know the previous richest guy from Taiwan, Wang Yongqi? I don't know his market name, but he passed away in New Jersey. Before he passed away, nobody knows how many kids he has. He has multiple, citizens from different, parents. I mean, mothers. Okay,
Right.
before the probate, nobody knows, but because of the family goes through probate, everything. Everybody knows the gossip from that family. It's so nasty. You really don't want to avoid those family fights. Don't you think so? And last but not least, just in case later on we will talk about it. Okay, so that's why you want to have the basic planning. And plus, how many of you have adult children? Who is more than 18 years old? Don't think you need the estate planning because of the guardianship. Okay, one thing happened to one of my clients. They are Chinese parents. They live in Chinese rich family. They send their kid to come to the college here. And one day they received this emergency phone call from the hospital, from school, due to the sports activity. So the son was sent to the ER and in coma. Okay. And they immediately take a flight to come to United States. But you know what? Because there is no document like health directive, medical agent, no document for that kid. So the hospital, the doctor refused to talk with the parents about everything because that's called privacy. Okay. So that's why once you have adult children, make sure they have a power of attorney, medically and financially. And the same for us. So don't you think basic legal plan is for everyone?
Yes.
Yeah, everyone, no matter how much money you have, okay. As long as you have a black swan. But normally in the market, the attorneys, they will charge you anywhere from like $2,500 to $5,000. If you go to Manhattan's attorneys, it's really expensive, right? Good news, we work with a lot of attorney firms. This attorney firms, Inherit Guard, give us a client a VIP discount. So the total cost is close to $1,200, includes everything. Okay, if you are our member, then there is an additional $250 discount. If you're interested in that program, and talk to us. But for those of you, if you have significant assets or potentially you believe you're gonna have significant assets, pay attention to the estate tax exemption as we just talked about. Don't think the exemption will be like more than like 10 million every year forever, because most likely after 2025, the exemption will sunset to 7 million. Okay, very likely. And how can we avoid or reduce the estate tax? The best way is leveraging gifting program, a gifting strategy. So there is annual exclusion right now. One parent, you can gift out to your one kid, $18,000. Okay, and there is also lifetime credit. So that's why, in recent years, a lot of rich families, they try to arrange everything because the exemption is gonna go down very soon. Okay, and don't think this is for everyone. Okay, because if you're a United U.S. citizen, of course you can enjoy the gift exemption, estate tax exemption. But what if you're non-U.S. citizen, non-domicile? Okay, what is domicile? You have a green card, of course. But if you live here like long enough, or you have significant assets here, you have a lot of relationship here, okay, it's called what? Domicile. It's a complicated definition, okay? But IRS, they define you. It's not from us, right? So if you are non-domicile, as I just shared, your exemption is only $60,000. But as non-domicile, for example, like if you have bank account, if you have life insurance policy in United States, no estate tax, no gift tax involved. That's the best part. Okay, so that's why DJ, your parents did a wonderful plan years back. Okay, and how many of you're married? You're not planning to get a citizenship. Watch this. If the surviving spouse is not a United States citizen, then you cannot enjoy unlimited marital gift transfer. So which means you only have $185,000, exemption, okay? And that's why you want to leverage what? The trust. This irrevocable trust, codified domestic trust, can help those people who doesn't want to become U.S. citizen or who's not U.S. citizenship yet to enjoy unlimited marital gift transferring. Okay, and don't just look at right now. I mean, after all the sharing, hopefully you can realize you want to plan for the future, not just for now. Okay. For example, right now your asset probably it's not there yet, will not bypass the current estate tax exemption, but doesn't mean in the future you will not. Okay. So why we do planning? We help the clients to create what? Liquidity, avoid the probate, reduce taxes, execute depositive documents. Here, I just want to share with you a very powerful tool. If you are planning to leave something, leave legacy to your next generation, how many of you are planning to leave legacy to your next generation? Only Grant Smith. Your daughter is so lucky.
Yeah.
Okay. And when we're talking about leaving legacy, not just spiritually, mentally, I think financially, right? So that's why there are a lot of, the family, their kids are very lucky. They choose what they can do, okay? And this family, look at here. This plan was set up back in 2010. And each year, the family give out $43,000 to their two kids to leverage the annual gift tax exemption, okay? And with that total, less than $500,000 gift, the kids can eventually receive a guaranteed no tax $5 million tax-free legacy. Is that wonderful? Look at this policy. It's under trust. It's not under individual name. Okay. And the couple, they are very smart. They're scientists. Okay. They're trying to do the calculation. And assuming they invest the same amount of money from like 45 years old for the next 10 years, if they have a good return every year from 45 years old to 81 years old to achieve 9% annual return, 9% annual return every year. Is that easy? Not really. It's very hard. Okay, to be honest, some of my clients, they are in their 70s. They told me they don't want to even take a look at their brokerage account at all, especially in the last few days. Okay, right? So if they have that kind of return, so the total asset will grow to almost 7 million. But after paying all the, capital gain, we assume this is a long-term capital gain, the tax rate is relatively low, 15%, and also estate tax 40%. So their beneficiaries only can have what? Less than 4 million. Okay. So which solution is better? First one. Thank you, Lena. Okay. And also the trust can be utilized to, avoid or reduce the income tax too. For this family, actually a single lady, Tina, and she was planning to sell her house to utilize it as a return the income. The house that time was like 2 million. The cost basis is only $500,000. So how much tax she's gonna pay? Of course, she has a $250,000 exemption because that's her primary house, right? But still, she has to pay the tax on the 1.25 million. So almost she need to pay about $250,000 just for tax. Okay. So this is what we did for her. So we help her to establish this charitable remainder trust. With this trust, and when she sold the house, she doesn't have to pay the capital gain tax immediately. Okay. Then she can start to withdraw the lifetime income. And of course, to have the guaranteed income, she used the index annuity. Okay. And the same time, because this is charitable remainder trust, she need to name one of her favorite charity, her school, as a beneficiary. And but how about her family? So she separately set up like ILET and use part of the money saved from the tax to fund a 1 million legacy plan for her family. Is that wonderful? With the right strategy, you can save tons of tax and you pay yourself to return the income and you do charity and also you protect, you leave a legacy to your family, right? Is that right? Okay. And here, this is another case I want to share with you. Immigrant family, both of the family came to both of the husband and wife came to United States about 30 years ago. They are pretty successful small business owner. They're running this like supply chain business in New Jersey. Have 11 employees, and their annual income is $500,000. Their net worth is about $7 million. And in the past years, a lot of agents, advisors talk with a couple, but they never made a big decision. Before they came to us, they only have a $750,000 whole life for each of them, whole life policy. That's all. Okay. Their majority investment was in real estate. Okay. Before our service, no retirement plan, no long-term care solution, no legacy planning. And when they came to us for about 4 years ago, we started with most time-sensitive one, long-term care. That time, all the families, including 2 kids, we helped them to have a long-term care solution. But through the underwriting process, and the wife almost get declined because of the bone problem. And because of our team, we're strong enough, we help her to get a 1 million coverage. And also, even though their son was quite very young, was in college, but one of the son had a medical record too. Okay, has been, a lot of records with a psychologist. So almost her son was declined either, but with our help, eventually they get approved. Okay, and 2 years later, we started with more, relationship building and more education, financial education. They realized they need to start with the retirement plan. The first retirement plan we had for families, I think it's the index annuity. That time, most competitive. Okay, and 2 years later, and then we have the company set up 401k, and we did estate planning for the family. So that time, they finally realized they need to initiate the legacy planning because for 7 million assets, they will never spend down. It's still, the business still going on, give them great income, but they realize they will never use up their assets. So they are planning to give it out to almost 2 million, but for the 2 kids, they will receive 10 million, without any income tax and estate tax by, leveraging the survivorship and also the ILET. Okay, is that a wonderful plan? And still, you know what, the son actually recently joined us because the son now works as a trustee of the family trust. But the son with the, mathematical background, and he doesn't have any idea about the estate planning, financial planning, everything. So that's why he paid $125 for 1 year membership to join us to learn all the financial literacy. Okay, is that wonderful? So look at here. Okay, And when we do planning, it's not just to sell one or two products to our clients. Okay, we have to look at the whole family situation and what's their goal, what's their needs. Make sure from financial perspective, tax perspective, and legal plan, we do everything for the family. Make sure they have the right solution. For family who have younger kids, and also we want to make sure they have a college fund. Okay, and this is our team. And why we have this office, I have to say, really appreciate our founder, Hua and King, and also Jane to help. But our really our team's brand is my mentor, Dr. Jian Zhang. She's not here. She was here for grand opening. She's the only minority was ranked by Forbes as top 100 financial security professional in the past 3 years. And if you take a look at that whole list, most of them, they are old, they are not female, majorly male,
Yeah.
and Caucasian guys.
Yeah.
Yes, as an Asian female, it's really not easy. But look at here, this is our New Jersey office, and this is our Florida office. So hopefully one day we can have our Denver office like this.
We will.
Well, yes, okay. So please give us your feedback, last but least. And after all this sharing, feedback, okay. Can you please help us to distribute the feedback form? We really need your feedback. And if your family need help, and we can set up one-on-one meeting with
Yeah.
you.
That's
And
what
also-
thanks to all our speakers today.
Oh, last but least,
Yeah,
as a growing office, we're looking for quality people to work with us.
right.
Okay, just as like one of the leaders here, Jane, she has a full-time job, but she started this business part-time. Actually, when I joined this business 19 years ago, I was a software engineer, as I had been working with Accenture as a consultant. But at the same time, I realized that I need to learn financial skills to help my own family. So after I joined as a member, I realized a lot of people around me, they need help. So that's why part-time based, I started my license. And eventually I quit my full-time job back in 2006. Okay. And thank you so much, Grace Smith,
Thank
for
you,
the
guys.
help.
Yeah.
You are so lucky. I have to say that you're really lucky because in New Jersey, we only see Grace Smith maybe once, twice a year.
Twice a year.
And he's very busy. He's in charge of the whole WFG account. And there are a few hundred offices, right?
There's a lot.
A lot, yes. But since he lives in local and he spend the family time with us, really appreciate.
No, thank you.
And I think your sharing really give us really very good education about the retirement plan and flexibility. A lot of people they don't know.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, for the Chinese American community, we also have our culture. You know, we treat you not just like a business partner, but also we have the courtesy for you.
Oh, it's so
Some Chinese, right?
Wow.
So
So
this is
special.
special. And if you open that. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, yes, yes.
So hopefully
Lovely.
we grow fast.
Yes.
Okay. Chinese food.
Oh, a lot of Chinese food.
And this is like a magnet put on the
Oh,
fridge.
wow.
That is a handsome white guy. In Chinese opera and
Yeah.
Zhao Gang.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah,
you dance.
and very brave, very, you know, wise.
Yes.
And also, it's just like, handsome, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, whatever.
Thank you so much. It's so kind. I
Thank you
appreciate it.
for coming, if we
Thank
give you a friend.
That's great.
Or seminary for.
Yes.
And more people will need about. this.
Yes, well, happy to, you guys are great partners. Oh, that one, friend. And they're good. Thank you.
Yeah.
And the team, it's for speech in this morning. Everybody learn a lot this morning. Okay. Yeah. 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 Hope you guys have fill the form for the feedback. Yeah, we can learn about more. What you
You have a pen?
I don't have it. I actually, I took a picture of it and I sent it to myself and I'll fill it out. We're good, we're good.
Go back.
Okay. We're good.
刷卡刷卡，我填完了，填完了，我填完了啊。没有，很多上面就
怎么样？学到东西了吗？知道你爸爸为什么要做美国保险？
比较快乐，不是
因为他在美国做任何事情，他的也只有这样两个问题 ：income tax、asset tax，
这样。我看
很多问题，而且你还要操心，但是 insurance 不需要。
那个还需要一份王鑫
Yeah，
那个叫 DJ 拿一份过来，那个青姐需要填一份那个 feedback，就这个账本。
我就
那我肯定告诉我该买浪费钱。
我真没有，因为人家每个都带着，对，但是网上的查，你找那个谁，
我回答你了，我刚没确认你要不我还没从那才知道这些那个
到一定年龄，
对，你没有必要
我没有被送上买，都不用，因为现在不是都是那个 digit 嘛，对对对，我因为你查我的名字，公司的网站上，所以我一般都把这个发。
Yes, also I know every day. That's state planning, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I like the fact.
It's money.
All these going.
You better have something on your otherwise this is hard to write.
Oh, yeah. Good. Don't look good again.
不是太会钱，你会钱啊？不是会钱啊？那钱啥啊？
所以我今天晚上
这个，哎呀，对，就说大家。
you understand? Oh, graduate. Wow. That should. I know, it's a big commitment. Smart person can't handle that. Because they have to memorize a lot of things. Yeah, I used to study history. Like that was meant to graduate. So you have to memorize. PhD program transfer. No PhD, nice graduates. So very if you're studying, then you can learn a lot of 谢谢谢谢，太好了，我们就需要我知道我这个事儿，我们已经买了无数的带两个星 ，Thank you so much。你走了，帮你把什么的，
校长录用
哪敢？我们这里呀，知道你这方面是这样。
对啊，你是老很那样的，我告诉你，
That's the next.
王小姐的校长，但是我拿你那杯水。
Oh, I think there's a freelance. And now I feel I was. Because I don't know.
And Crystal,对，我们现在因为你敢想那一幕就外面有些话都难以完成。
对对对，你这个部分这些人，有的人太老一点。
像我东北人啊，这些都只是对我们一个班的，像我的上班都在这里，然后还有是就是老多可以老多长个人去的，啊，然后我也有可以啊，现在那我
那你个人做，然后所以我们就是觉得这样的。我以为没有他，真的好，而且用到细胞，你竟然去可以吧？首先我们还是可以不管直接去找
但我死了，
那么第三个呢，还有第四个呢，
我有也还好，还没有到对，
因为这个区别在第一个首先
都有写，把问题是不要这样子，但是这个比较好，要不了的话，
因为或者我们上面
看看我是要自己还是我自己东西，
还有
对，而且我跟我爸说，如果谁要给我什么珠宝啊，开的那个话，我会我愿意花
现在在我
这个对，那个如果一个高度的话，因为
什么关系呢？就是
我的中间是当然这样讲，
因为麦当劳我们这个但是呢，
我知道我父母的开始是我问你
商是谁？
没喜欢，或者是分几个不同
但是呢，不要是的。我们在 branch，
而且有时候如果是
像
对，而且如果里面写的那个话，有时候每人1块钱拿回家，你看这个，你会这
因为我们有在我刚才讲，我们讲另外一边说，反正都没有会这样子有的呀，像我还而且就要看你拿自己的第一种动作，但我效果我家装修呢，我收入对啊，那新会长会想那个谢谢大家，我们是这个今天买的那个没够那个，
你是我都玩的话，我们说的话不是刚好有人在
我家是这么想，一个我要那个而且我的宗教我是很我们那边都会把它约到晚上吗？对，8点晚上
好的，
我把开放的这个我讲我上来之后
发给你。请问你帮我搜一下几版账号？
对，没有人知道。你的都没有钱，
都晚上聊
我要这个药，
所以刚才
那个叫那个是如果你把它回，但是在我们的所以那个不好意思，他的那个他都没有权利，
所以有问题啊。我们的这个专业方面，因为我们讲那么继续
所以你就要再搞好了，就先在他们这个可以把你的光小那个，我们有给这么多，
现在过去10年学到很多东西，
没有他们这个广告，你就觉得
我们以前编码编辑都是高数的背景，然后你得然后都有图样然后你们苏教以前反正就那一句就不正是我们他们然后他决定他现在稳定所以在这因为他们对但是2呢，它只针对你没有按他们自己3个一边的做的，我很想见到这个，他们说我这样，现在
对，一般对，没了，他们比较现实，现在是比较。所以they do very slowly, but you know, they can also do that. 哇，太好了！
所以你可以做美国市场，可以做中国市场。OK，中国市场嘛，什么时候？还有几个 requirement。第一，你一定要懂他们怎么样的因为一些的地方，然后还有一些还有一个呢是，当然国内的这个
它的个人部分呢，很幸运的有这么好的房子，所以这个非常好的，而且对是不用愁的，不要对，他现在只让他做健康，然后你在要上升啊，他当然很常上运动员，我分析要不看我会算的。是没有时间的，
那这个 market 所以为什么它我飞机开来？确实这在那边的尤其在西安，这个东岸上个来了，
喝水都会啃着死掉，这个真的的话，这个我们
前一晚上他们都10点了，那个到第二天开始，因为我突然没什么好，所有的人是所以我们这个办公室因为4月份才开，反正希望我们要到5月底。
我也不知道我高考要讲呀，然后到这样子的，
你懂吗？
也是百万，对，这来
这个是
I always have lots of 就是说的那个还是要在他过来，然后
今年啊，就我的群，出了其他课，
我老公也是，什么都不会，
看到，然后还有他的就是5点，除了那个他们 也没有差不多，但是人家做的女儿是搁在对，因为有些有任何没有特别对齐，因为有些对比较那前面的刚开始这样，然后是很多大机器人推的，因为你没有经验，所以你看，但是好几个样子，他们都掌握的很强。我有那我办公室对，边讲，因为我们问题是培养小孩对你用心不用心，你这个路子
我在看我。这个是我要回说不行啊，然后我
当然这个可以前进的，那么
好像刚刚最近那就刚刚也是举了8万块钱，
因为基本上因为刚
回去我要付因为我兄弟姐妹给了些，我要时间还多少钱？因为我们不说了，然后一定的考虑到说，真的这个计算，肯定是这个理是比较，这不是那除了这个以外，你还是达不到，因为不能真的说了，如果我们不要，但是我的话，我去回新加坡或者是实际的，对，其实他们为什么人家有些听那个这个特别的人，然后经常说所以这些其实呢，我就说这个总结的文化，有没有I started to do some remember because我还知道了，新加坡在kindergarten 就是到现在多浪漫。对，因为我特别想后班的时候，对，但唯一还有最少什么我觉得这个因为我分享人变过我小孩有的那第一招人家觉得哎，我变回他们越好，像是3年6年跟着下人1般人疯狂，别人比较其实我们那这个3倍要快点报，我的粉丝多一点，都是这个乱。就是要超他的美国，我还是4年的学，就是学的时候不然就学的对，你看自己家小好是都是这样，那个他是新的，是学习啊，非常老的是什么？我就叫他也很多，来我专业是反对，领导点部分的嘛，结果就是一个印象，我觉得那一天我就是开始。所以我就想说，我妈说的，我2个其实比较讲话一点，没有，他就对。但是我感受不是那喜欢 跟我讲话没关系，他也还是很忙，就打没有关系。我说的难，因为我他或者对对啊，对啊，还超市呢？为什么？你要好老好智障啊！对，我们都好的，所以我们说开的那个飞船，整个角度就是他不去了，然后还要他在他在考虑这个，我是按这个他我说的去生产。investment 的话，这样大的话，是有很多人的话，对，我之前做的那个，这个是重大的癌症，所以上面就有招人做，他们那边情绪低落，就是我那个也监管任何人下做整个在电话这个是要考谁有大的，其实我学的像我上来就买嘛。啊，对，因为小时候啊，特别我自己考试高一点嘛，然后所以300块有，基本上我就是大的，但是我觉得他已经没有事了，因为他是124的110，然后他这个要每年我不能交换的，但是一般我们会建议上完期了还先考，像我那个最终考完，然后到了我差不多这个来讲还是今天才弄回来，你们送来如果所以如果弄得很好，就是我跟你说，一般对很多的，我问题是我看这个，今天不上午决定拿我眼镜才能看，但是因为这不是从之前都没有很反而在你讲，我刚才讲的就是说没有没有，我要加水干水每个都不一样，因为是not不是说就big deal，你得就是那个 small investment，至少因为你需要会对的。我妈跟我说。我那这是我这些很多的那个是电脑也是都没有的但是他每次都说我很克他了。只是他不讲，听一些那个当地人来当地介绍其他别的是那个来的，我爷爷是中文系，他们也是很可以看的，所以这个让我去打理，这个都是我是我像我来说，今年都不会啊。我上次上我就上4年。
当然你考不好就知道了。
我觉得。要不然是我的经历，我也是个小的，我一般都是应该要找那个怎么样原本哎，但是我的男人对我想法的时候，哎，我这个是但是呢，没有坚持，基本上是把那个像我买那个还是那么这个是知道。哦，我还是什么都不有。那时候他们因为我注意力主要是我还有是花家就是小费规律出生时代的，对，小费都还会，都是可以，政策化的人就连他也没多后去中国台湾啊修行，他修行是2、3次。
如果回中国去
电话都联络不到，这其实没有 WiFi 的程度。对，我也是比我还他还是有，对对对，他还是会，
他会手机，但是因为你家没有，
他的因为的话就会是
但是有三个
哦，
所以我们讲
很多东西是在吃我，
小孩子
看看
有准备，但是吧，还是太热，过来的都是
上班的时候，
把问题是我前面是
都有粉丝搜，所以钱嘛。
我还有的时候，我跟你妈只有人他们
明白就是
我的知道我现在才所以我发了，
因为他当时
因为后来很多外国，跟他妈说，对，我知道的话，那就是很好的，啊，对，
但是
我每次都跟你讲，对，都我们就这样，
但是别的呢，
我一直跟他是对外的，我的学位都很高的，就是编剧的，
第三个呢，就是我问你说到这个什么
对了，反正其他孩子都可以吧，对，也是也是就是做不进。
very strong。
对，他们对我不好，他们是我的对，他们就跟他讲，我跟他讲，把我现在是靠突然之间就这样子到了，我赶快回去，他们的就是那个我立马上是，我也只能老公已经知道了，我说我会崩溃的，对，我是会崩溃的。
都是一样的，所以作为 business owner，因为今天没讲，所以那个说我那个先做我怎么说？所以这个是顺便的，所以对这个当然，比如说王总妈有
能拿到，对。
新人都不需要，但是人家
我们这个人刚刚是有一个朋友，就是他虽然说他老婆还有两个小孩，去日本旅行，结果就像不知道能死掉了。
没有人，
因为他们就写的这个，那给他的经销商的年总没治疗，
都没有发出什么提的时候才是去。
搞得很麻烦，人搞得很，人家这次是他就是类似这样，我刚好是在然后他们说
没想到这个
一个晚上变了人在抽烟，
完了，
发现，
然后那个
你们待会儿会
要激动了，就今天了，明天他少2号的来，其实最我的就是那个摆那个哦哇，没有，他是说他在这个
对，但是
没有，他们是说给到后面对，
你那个时候我的意识不强，
我现在打的必要的这种
没有，各种反应，然后
这跟打字不一样。
对，你做了飞行以后， 我不想买两次了，对，就是放你那个冰橱里面，然后
我这个话就是因为你是把就是我是把我们这边最新的最新的最新4月号，
这是他们家人的事，我这个我就不知道。
就是我们也是。
你要画成灰。
好，那个介绍过来，然后刚才没有没有大家学，
好像我现在我的体会是有点要，所以我必要买一下。如果我要还没有买过那个补位安嘛，
所以我给你选对的，就给这个
对，我当时就是买了那个10分钟，就这一天一起买，然后那个
就是那种
上来就要
直到我是60，
要到60岁嘛，然后哦
2006年10月
得了癌症，然后我想哇，我还要8年才可以买。
对，但是有的还是那样子的，
那也没办法，同一个角度
无所谓的，因为大公司了解，他讲什么最多重要，因为毕竟我们可能没有讲的有少，但是
你的名字什么都是
一样，基本上到下午的话，然后。
照片也在里面，然后把你的照片拿在课上去的时候，然后放在那个后面你还是要刷的大，
还是very smart，我就是要跟上，
对。
这时间上
100年之后，我在20年前的时候，相比他们也没得管，好像我的家门是在
真的有间，
结果我要
对，不可能，还可以管的挺好，然后就是 business
我的老公以后要话，我的标会在
因为有时候在说，
然后我还是在上嘛，
你也好多职业。我爱天气，
我会放在日老那边，
但是你想，真的你
对啊，然后我看我老公最少我也知道我很那个过
看出来在一看就是对自己的要求，有想法，所以这个没问题，对你自己权利。美国大部分
以前都是可以做到1万块的对，扣的时候对，老板就是不能辞职，他就会用请人，然后我们真的是5到对到对。
当下，因为你刚刚的基本上，而且呢，现在。
等一下回去就在你的后部想要过来。
That experience, oh,
对，如果要的话，下次我们
也就是说，很多东西
对。
不想原我们没有权利说，必须要怎么样，要完成业绩，必须去干什么事，都是考虑要有经济因为就像我们基本上在办公室有个合作的不要人去亲密，但是推在就是没有对你来说，在我别人的事，但是我的小朋友也想做非常就如果你有这么第一天我觉得我解决不了现在我自己觉得第一个就是首先要改变先按质量去对，就肯定而且就是第一个而且是当然医院有我觉得一开始就是因为一开始的时候我就觉得说我重复一下没有那个月保险因为我们的产品我完了我觉得没有我要其实要因为我问我刚刚对，没有想上台湾还是那个有在做，因为每个人其实有一个经验，然后我们三个有这样的，但是不知道，因为他没有办法说那个，我说我看到你去过，我现在去的话，我现在这样年纪小，他有关系，这样子的话，但是但是那个然后不要搞那个，完了就他们他那就其实还是不太可能，好像是的爱情的才会是，说的是 right， 我的他不每年因为毕竟我们经验，你要听也不能说你经验人他走过来了，通过他说你这样试一下，所以我当时我刚开始知道的，就任何人甚至有那个办公室，他怎么突然就想法别这么大？我跟他讲话，我就其实我怎么让他过来？我是有一些想法，但是反正最近所以说我也拿到了，没有事，那我就想说他自己的想法，如果你中间还有不合，我一开始无所谓，但是如果到中途学习要等他们12点，跟美国比较，
Yeah, I think you said you'll get to one. 而且然后你说的那个少量的，如果你在这边做不到，你用 operation， 如果这个比较表的这个叫平常的。相较表别的夸张吧，我对 friends my family actually I was like I'm not that good, you know, I 这个月出来，我跟我老公是我们在8.8这边的下次就是去到国外做过来的。
但是当我面对
应该是有打击，我觉得是完全是啥？
赚钱都是顺利的，没有意思。对，觉得有意思才不能达到。小孩那种那种在人上比较不开心，他们所以为什么不喜欢？理想是毕业到没有需要什么结果差不多理解，希望对你会人间的还有那个我也就是我的连续这个我自己的感受，所以是的没有还没有想法有一些很多有种那个已经是别这样答案我就没有这儿都答那这个 CEO 就不行，更厉害，因为难地方40多岁，他要那个有没有参与感？对，我的，因为我有时候对你因为它上面有些问题，他这样子，前3方面的因为他I know that some of the相关的都在里面，还有很多但是商业的呢，还有一个他要去I don't know. No, no, I my friend. 关键是下的如果跟家跟老朋友在当啥的，今年这个我们也是我在网上3到4周这个你对那个你可以看上的美感。这个你对这种你要来一个这个我相信都是考试的World Financial Group 上面呢，我们就是因为有人刚才所以给你细节 World Financial Group 它是一个 market 它上面呢是这个那个金字塔桥的一个 理解吗？我这边是在这个下面我们这个是专门就是 transmitter position riser，但是你这儿有 building， 还有 rising， 还有就是每个部门只有3个，他在哪个地方？他呢在2001年 ，I'm sorry， 1999年领导那个时间是
我没有去过。
one day， 他在中国领导也是进入中国发展的时候，大家在中国实力经历的话，要做下去了。
你要知道，这个东西才跟你可能
所以你就不要而且其实很多就是给大家做会比较他呢发现这个公司的是有做事情的情商，要不然是好分公司，这个三 D 所以原来这个公司是各式各样的，还有 A 股和 B 股政府，他把那个提升。而且我们上面有了，基本是9%，而我们利润
而且这个市场非常好。
这个网站给我们
他们有他们的问题。
现在就比较清楚。我们后面还要再给你讲。因为你我们在这儿是这样的，正好不怎么
明天我假，3天都不下午。
这个项目的小不行，待会儿我们今天1点到了。因为你们还要给我问的，对。
1块，然后1块，然后会上毛网。
哦，I know。
对，第一个
他做了
对，
上次跟他说是你自己买。
Yes, so like, you know, it's something like something, sometimes you feel like, just never have a variety.
他们家有
And always still. It's a great area, but more like, you always thinking about what it is. Yeah, you know, we really just like something. So, I don't know, that makes sense, why not? You work,
我是礼拜1，就是有人看，maybe 实在不行，
好的呀。
交给大概也是30天。
我这个表现，我
我愿意。对对，我会你有没有
希望能多忙的话，一两万的话，没有，
我们看看你问你，大概30
年都有了。
这个只是一选择题，闭着眼睛选的可以35。
对，让我刚刚说的这个意思。
我对你有信心啊！我对你靠这个成绩，我对你说，我们都这样。
哇，我就不知道了。我们这个我们这个来中国才知道。
今天的
他们都是一直是个我就。所以你可以把出来放在那个
你可能还说对啊。我们那天跟他我这个CEO，跟我说这个为什么要那个现在叫小这个你的，他也
然后你那如果你这边有什么事的话，他跟我说
他跟我说开车一会儿，
我看出来，结果还走过来，
你还跟你走过来，我就是飞天的，而且
对呀，你说啊，这个地方哪一个好？
我就嘴上有一点
哦，这个是我的
对我的家人现在
就是说啊，好像
很漂亮，
那要是
南方这边的小姑娘，我是
Even though 90%. I know.
Sorry,我把词记错了，不好意思，33。你像他那个 appointment 是11点啊，是这个。这边的是新位置，没事儿没事儿。我记得错时间，因为我还有打算回家之后，也是那个一个职位我就期待。我就第3点来，就我一块想I was the team for related. Next，就是每个看一下我的那个是说其实是那个就是每个人在看那个对，就没啥
哦，sorry。
我觉得应该表现上我觉得同样的企业今天请开一个真的是这样子可以申请。这样放着。
I don't know. A lot of companies will just about it. 对啊，前天才去所以才知道今天的课。
你们这儿会有 family 是的，欢迎加入，对，欢迎欢迎欢迎，很高兴还是苏州小姑娘，也照顾出我因为那个。
他好密啊，老板跟他讲了，对，这就是挺好，很好，结果就开始
真的，大家一起去一起。哎，我拉你要跟他拉去，叫是吧？欢迎有机会到我们这儿来。对，
是啊，
我当年就是女儿是闺蜜，陪我们三个去的。
以前我是跟他闺蜜交际，所以我们3年大时候看不起后来那个女儿生气了，他们家2个小孩，先生在我们这里，大学经济特别非常哦，就是我们家2个建了一个好的团队，非常有为什么？
下午要去买超市。
有点像，他是广西
喜欢吃火锅呀？
我只有火锅吃的，吃了我我吃就是我那上去了，我们都发那个对，下一餐就可以配这个。我知道，那个
很好的，
不枉此行的。
这是
我也是，多的 你的孩子真没关系，是的，我喜欢。他们现在两个真有气呀！对呀，那你看，然后这个年多远，你根本现在考虑工作的问题，你妈妈真是不用看看别的事，这三个孩子都让人羡慕。他二女儿把龙舟一过去了，我来上，上去就赢了。明白吧？我们家有3个姐姐，很磕碜。一定要不是那个，因为他已经打发了，后来要让你把头的这样，然后他打，对，特别的火，我老二特别火，那个其实也很，但是他们现在很有喜欢那个不一样，对，不一样 style 都很美，都很漂亮，也很有自己的 style。I love it。
比方说，哎，你的。像他的话，
你为什么想做 doctor？
也有，好像是也有。
我觉得真的 doctor 是
我配也有，
我就跟他说了，在这我觉得很好，就是你做的后面真的就是知道自己想干什么，这是一件一个更高的，变得更小，更批判化，就是他会变这个，平时是有些本地国家或者他们是有的这些scholarship grants。Yeah, this year we have a final one. 当然，学朋友还高了，我他的路子好，那越现在这儿
非常好。
这是个杀真的啊！就好像每年我们这个讲对话，好朋友，他们家去，应该快要死了，然后是写的东西，那个
从来有这边微妙啊，yeah，没有啦呀。I just started last time. I know because I got a those that look at that. Oh, that's another
虽然你当时是有导航写的挺好，你在以后看一下。
我就想找你给他介绍。
好，这个怎么样？这个医疗，他那个医疗是怎样？我觉得他也是很厉害的，我觉得他是先跟我聊，我都不好意思。然后我说我去拿东西，我就知道我是没有上去的。然后呢，发现是第一个，对，然后蛮有意思，小孩我就想收入了，他是学 STEM 的，所以他就是其实很多东西都很好。
你让团队学习，不能完全把它推下去。
啊，那去了，
对，
那反正其实就是我老师，我进行他最后你最后还是他就是来学习，因为都知道按照他们然后那个包括像但我那时候不是分散了。另外他是那个，他那个其实他们家是那把，因为当时我参加是学那个我你们说的不是感动，我才看出的。所以我觉得那小孩子他来学，哪怕他以后有一些这些性差是比较考虑，像这个 communication 这些是比较我也是想让他学习，我也觉得就是像我，就是我很老的你说的，我觉得我好像还没有这么多落实。我觉得他们现在你很年轻啊，妈妈挺好学的，你好哎你，我们咱那个很多就是最近现在在考学校的，是不是？我们最近有个 grandma， 这个是黎巴尔，刚刚把投资指标都做了 ，investment license， 那是我 supervise 他这个应该可以是去年前年的时间，一个周他要 commit 3到4天去。台湾人啊，你已经retire 了，那60岁，他在我们这边念了，他才有现在跟我编做我的思想，刚刚好的从事 insurance license。Insurance license requires 24 hours credit. By state, it's so easy. You spend like a few days. Hey DJ, When are you gonna ready for the insurance license?
什么？
Your state requirement is 24 hours.
对啊，
如果你要是考了，你不可以一起考，直接考。对，48 hours 就可以考过。我们 last week, no, last Tuesday, our office, we have a grandma just passed the investment license. Investment license is a lot harder than insurance license. At least you need to prepare for 1 time. Part time. Yeah. But insurance license just a few days. The only reason you cannot pass it is the lack of motivation. 只要你想，肯定能过，对不对？就是我完全相信你，把赶紧把它跑，反正是个事儿啊。
双十一起，我们组了一个考试小组，
你们领导为了你考试操碎了心，
真是
我们以前考试
好吃的都带了好几趟。
我们考试的时候没有人问我操，都是自己。我前一天还在让我考资质上，第一个考试上是前一天，还在给这个作者 thank you for orientation。等到晚上11点的时候，那个张博士还在讲，我跟张博士说，当时明天一早就不行，但是我们还是过。
因为只要70%，
70%，比那个 L cap 那个几万成就感。
You can go down. This is piece of cake.
所以我相信广州没有这2码，比我们 IT 考一个 certification 要简单多了。这样我们考一个 certification， 你是做什么 language？
哦，我没考过。
加油啊！哎，今天有什么问题？刚才你还在说这个。想了解一下年轻人，因为原来的话说，对，我就想，原来想的都是刚刚把那个上那些朋友，你是想以后拿来2个一块，我也不知道，就是海南，你可以把2个反正我现在就是2个考半一下，就是我估计他们原来多一点，你打算什么时候？是还是 access？ 你什么时候退休？我倒是没有，你们那是我打算什么时候？必须要拿的吗？72、73。如果你是说是这样子，如果如果会少工作，玩的银行，因为如果你玩的银行多贵，钱但是如果那个是进来，因为今年的话，这个钱月才是少。我现在就是包括其实也说是要是在多，所以合理的就是我要但是我刚刚转过来，这个很兴奋的，
这三个都在一起的。IRA 对，他说 small and 可以融入进来，对我现在，然后我现在就觉得你因为也可能有放是把它赚的，然后 investment 来看讲他的现在当然就考虑先
你看，因为现在是确实是interest rate 啊，
银金现在也是但我不知道就是他的是的，对，
是这样的，他前面讲的那个 plan，说实在的，我没有时间，因为他在我并不知道，因为那个呢，公司在对不对？然后你现在25到3，当然你好的地方就是给我们目前的guarantee 保这3个钱，他那个呢就是你放7年10年就拿出来了，你还是要找但是呢，前面要讲的。这个产品，如果手机哦，或者是怎么样，是我们这是在弄好吃蛋糕来了，
没有帮到什么人给我们看，对，
也辛苦你们，不错，非常好。
大姐姐给我们
他们是一大早就来，把那些
16晚上就排好了这些东西。
这个他们。这个她老公专门从国内搞了一个，我一来我说你 projector 在哪？
所以就不会人走过去走过来那种，
就放在椅子上的。
哦，又给我点赞，
厉害。没办法，你这老婆不那个的话，不可能的。有老公这么自由，你看我们都没有老公带，对，压力又大了。好了，走了，再见。
3个小孩子，楼下在那个
好，好了没有？他这个是哎呀，你在哪去找这么多人带着你？我讲，他小妹妹都去买了去，让他带头，他别带头，人家跑来死你，没事。一般好了后，我也带人给你啊，所以带人签订团，那你知道的。你可以做签的人。
其实我的 partner，他说我有个信息安全，他去让他不用你这资源是和客户的一些信息，说你看用
他教你的任务，你先把 license
帮不上
下回开班。
那你帮我说啊，考 license 我也不认识，
可以吧？
可以的，
不讲这个，讲你可以啊。
他是我的 big client，
要给他这个聊他。啊，这个我知道，
一年进去多少的这个premium commission，年纪才30岁，像这样的公司让他来做，这些全部都是肥缺。所以我们都
一个人玩，一个人玩好多个。
我们就这一个公司，我看我都够他3万多来，怎么你想想，一年有多少的？就是我们怎么打算去做啊？费多少？我想一年怎么着都有1个billion以上吧。反正我不知道啊，我具体多少可以问他。但是这种 position 都是肥缺，知道吗？因为这个 client 就是一个大客户，就像我们是他的客户一样的，是我就是摆的，你有这么多来自你就是一个大客户。一般的公司他为什么要把你看到这个position？你要不然就是业绩超级出众，要不然就是 potential。但我看到他，因为那天我们在就是要把他的 introduction 发一下，然后他呢，我就LinkedIn看了一下，你知道吧？他在很早的时候就是一个 sales， 但我不知道，因为如果他一直做 wholesale 的话，你不知道是真的是他干出来的事，你要把它 sign 到你的合同。但是我跟他接触，我觉得他没关系，没事关系。我那天可能打电话找他，现在完了，让他说什么？他说哦，
想来做，
我要 friend。
真的吗？太好了，我就是去你来买的。
必有说下半年好，
他好，
他说他出差去了，是不是？
好，嗯，
今天
不是你们都一起来。
其实徐斌还有那个，他们
他专门非常下。
有一次就是房地产报上嘛，
徐斌还有那个
都挂在 bill 上。
而且那个其实挺贵的，那个成本高。
对呀，但是你这个
对对，在下面一个海景超漂亮。
不是，他们都是
在那个
他们都是你得有挂号，
然后他不会说，他说到下面来就是不会请挂号的啊。说的这么我们上次那个云南都有单的，
所以你现在不是
他去学习嘛，你这个他不会帮你，他忙着打
万一有什么这个 A plan，
另外一个是4年之外的，太
最大都有买好。
都是我这样。
你看你的现在就是其他的或者是省税这方面，
他人在哪？
出去吃饭见朋友啊，回家都晚上费用都会。
都是白出的。
最后你就交不了
没有这个单据，然后我说你是来干嘛呀？
手续他都要给他哦，是有些人他
要留收据。
当然了，
就是 business
呀，对，然后你比如你的费酸，
对他来说，就觉得你，我那个人特别，每个人那个 personality 我也不是非常。
是主要是跟我们社会关系好。
对他居然飞到你公司还
跟我们怎么他不是
你根本就不是按第二档、第三档提的，按什么档都不用。我可能会设你是第二档，但是最终是我完全保分的。对，然后呢，你现在会有什么吃完了，我们才会有一个就是说你的那个年龄的左右。这个 application 是你说哦，我想要做它视频，把我的这个意思给你，然后你看我的情况，你给我评论，然后他会给你一个 offer，然后你看这个你我要不要，我接受了，好就开始
你给我看一下。但是他有一个要求，就是如果你没有是一边的话，你的微少的话，3个月需要一段时间的话，
然后但是是这样子的，
是这样子的，
是他一般要
所以你每一年你就做一个换的。
就是如果你当时
这样子是吧？
他就会
难怪是按掉款。
但是如果有的人他是非常愿意的，
对，
就是我看到因为我们也是搞不清楚
哦，你跟杜华的关系我今天才懂得，然后我一直清楚，
对，那是
我是他的第一代。
对。是这个研究做不到6万点的话，
以前是6万点，我不知道新的 CEO 是不是有改，要去 check 一下。但是以前的，因为我的团队有到这个价钱，
对，他就给当做
没拿到，然后公司还要让我们签字的。
好像就是直接约的可以。
以前是这样的，以前的那个之前就是说，如果没做到，比如说上面的 CEO 签个字，你就可以拿到。但是好像从最近开始改的，签字也没用。
我就是上，所以我们催你的，因为我会直接听到催你，就是要12%的。
对，他是前一阵子发了个 email，我们知道这些事儿也是，最早大概几年以前，他基本上啥也没干，其他的团队都是我们带的。后来他就问我这个事情，后来我才去，因为你只有发生了，你才会去关注，没发生的时候你就不会去关注的。所以当时的时候，那个时候呢，我就给他一个 exception，就是说反正来没事情，我签个字就没事了。然后呢，最近去年还是今年，我忘了那个新的 CEO 上面好像就没有你全天的周围的位置，就是不能签字给那个，那就是他们都不问你，因为你签的话，公司会通知那个人，就像如果跟公司是发 email 通知他的，就是说你现在因为你的 performance 就是没有，所以呢，我的这个 override
就要看一半。但是如果你的 CEO 跟你的 VC 签字，那我们就可以给你 reception 去公司里面发，然后我们再去问怎么秘密说的话能让人爱听。但是现在有没有？对不对？对，因为你看刘国哥也没来找我签字。那这个所以很认真嘛，什么都没干，啥也没干。下面瑞好像他今年他就去上20个月，今年说不定还会更多，或者还有12、20。所以这其实是 X 出来的。那你要看一下，这个公司的现在 S M 的公司，他那个 direct deposit 是不是到底一样的？这个大 check 它在这里上，是这样的，你说一家公司，它有可能，因为我可能是 basis spend， 但是我忘了当时是有个什么 training 啊，什么没做啊，什么的，它就 basis spend。那我们进写2个 case， 你看今天这个 X 非常详细的 case 是说，你知道吗？我是觉得他们是法律的做的东西。但是就觉得杜华姐这个会是比较大的，我觉得他有应该很明显。对，可是我就才开始检查，还不止，说到后面还有啊，监督了后面是至少几十万，就是你点数，比如说50万，你看如果是60%，就算30%，前步这原本他一个客人说出门而且我跟你讲，你还可以一个那边跟 West 我关键了，像他这种非常美是跟他会有一些 special 的，比如说一般人去30万或者是高一点，对吧？如果你要有1000万的话，银行是很厉害的，他们可以就是到6%、7%都可以的。但是像他们这种他可以 special 未来要问的，他可以逼着银行。我跟建说了，他这样是越大的话，那他是可以比的呢。说什么事情干什么都是可以比的，因为这么大的公司，他有这个实力啊。而且我上次在 Las Vegas 专找工作那个我跟那个这个东西，其实还是不那么复杂。那当然了，你这么多钱，我就不是一个正常知道的，真是这样的。像说这种，我也说了，确实的，比如说这个好，这个讲出来，我说可以说啊，使用成长，对，这个是需要时间。对呀，没审查那看好对吧？对，你们这儿好多啊，长中卧虎。对，晶晶，你还没有 motivation。不一样啊，他不是还是想退休。我不在讲什么事儿。我说晶晶同学，你是 CPA， 对不对？你妈妈是 CPA， 我觉得他应该不应该把他的手会有的 say I want to用一下。我觉得我们今天讲的这个东西，你妈妈会不会完全可以 master？ 对
CPA 的 background， 我
妈妈形象又这么好 ，background 这么
孩子又培养了这么优秀，都不用管。
为什么你不啊？多赚点钱也可以 master，
早点退休嘛，这样。
这边一边退休一边做事情。
他还在做房地产，每天跟那些做房子还要一边整。
不是吗？
你把他邀请，我没有退休。
我觉得这他
的退休
是一边做事情。
对呀，
是让
做着玩啊。
反正我确实不做，不要记得生意，确实
还在云上。
其实是这样的，
因为蛮多人的就公司给你的考虑，
对呀，你那一块都是。
今天早上那个丽娜，
其实你的 CPA 的，你知道你有什么？就是
但是呢，太
过了，对，大家都了解了。像这像这个这样子，为什么让我们自己事情通过这个
代光环，
除了帮助后来也不成立他们做主，另外的话，你要继续看。3星，你正好是有钱。
小路，我就花点时间这个人身上，看到他们这个账号里面筹款，这个没错，
你帮我倒一杯热茶，
对，他什么都是
要那个 black tea，
对啊，
有热水，
对，这也是很厉害的。
有没有？我看看。
做的大
刚烧饼过你们。
的。
没有，我就拿点吃的。
人能
这个地方多拿点吃的。
在家里面住，
有点乱七八糟。
今天你忘记关没？一起做的
啊，有是，
家里还有吃的，我还没拿出来搞忘了。
哦，
来点什么？要不要
哪里有茶呀？
有，我就那边里好像有吃的，在冰冻室，冰冻。
哦，原来是
在抛子那边冰冻一下。我刚才跟那个人说了，我说虽然那个Artin我今天请他来很 special，但是我们不只是做他的，
对，这是我们的，
要
还有冰淇淋
一起比一比，看哪个公司的更好，我们一起对。
他现在好像有，
因为你的401 RA，我是建议就是做那个income base，为啥呢？
我就拿那边说，这冰冻，这是冰淇淋，给那个小孩子拿过的。
哦
最好，因为你拿的时候，你拿出来的你金钱的感受，所以你就一定要 spread。拿的时间越长越划算，你肯定不会让上
那个我没
他们那个让那个
我已经喝过，
So she's about to see the bright future. So that's why she's letting me go.
要不要来点那个？你现在好像需要什么吗？
再减不减去啊？
太想哭了。
你在做那个吗？有他们在，我们办公室人都在做。
我就买你们要一天到晚要。
一下你来一下，
我那个我可不
他们都在打。
我
你要不咖啡吗？
我可讲，我要喝咖啡。那个一男要一杯。
好，我给我
cappuccino。
好的，奶多一点。
对，这办公室挺好的，它还有咖啡机，对，可以选。
非常好。
其实我们那个经常做点女孩子，其实 Chase Murder 的你可以邀请，
对的，
把他们当成噱头。但是呢，我们做的时候，不像我们今天说，我们做的时候还是 cross-border 都。如果 RC
做一家
好，我们就做他的。但是 RC 确实在有些客户 H 客户非常可怕。
我们家做的就是他的，就是每一家都做哪一家，RC 的我就是，
而且你的年纪最大的。
那就是每一个人的情况不一样嘛，你的资产呢，你的基础，你的想法，包括你说我什么时候想退休。
Grant Smith 很聪明，他今天没讲话，这我估计是不是那个
是，
吴平有很多
吴平跟他约了，在来之前跟他单独见面。
没错，但是呢，他没讲的。吴平有时候我们呢做事情不可能说。一次手脚接个签的，如果你要 income base 的话，就不应该要 cash valuation， 我可以这样子的。
他那个呢，我觉得他对这个产品的 expectation 没调整。
没错。
我跟他们讲的时候，我说你这个产品不要当成放在 stock market， 是你要当成放在 bond market 里面。对，那就是一个 conservative 的这个成长。而且
他没标准啊。
但是 again。你5年前的产品跟现在的话
没法比啊，
没办法
比的。高啊！现在你就
可
是5年前的时候，你谁知道现在 inflation 这么高，interest rate 这么高？
但是我今天知道它是一个想到 payment bonus 那个很好，对 replacement 的话很好用啊。
你说对，我觉得他们
这个解决这个问题，
解决了，所以我刚才就
你很聪明。我觉得这个，我马上就问 complete internal transfer。
我要的就是这句话。
对，
你不问我也问了，你问了，所以
他说可以的。
对，所以的话，
跟他说了吧。
我叫吴明回去把你客人5年前所做的这些产品都给我列出来，就 compare。如果继续保留在当前的做好5年前的产品是什么样的结果？你现在 replace 过来，虽
他们这个不知道那个，
虽然你有损失掉那个 surrender charge， 但是你的10% 没有那个。
有没有咸的东西吗？有没有咸的？气死还有什么肉片儿？都有。
还有点，
有很多选择，咖啡奇诺啊，latte 啊，摩卡，
这个不能对吧？当然，谢谢。
我也拿这个，
然后。
谢谢，我给你小费。对，这个小伙子太帅了，要多给点小费。
但是要吹他的时候，多少钱他们就知道出来。
谁跟小妹妹一起跑？
所以这个他这个的话，你
小妹妹要不要考一趟？因为 M cap 3多了。
我们考完以后 M 卡再说吧。我
经
觉得，
考一个。
我觉得他们这种年轻嘛，potential 比我们更多，因为他们的小孩子，
他们礼拜一的时候可以跟他们一起来。现在是那个平他们是这样，他们礼拜一的时候呢，就7点是我们那边9点呢是个 mini pro， 他们就在这边就是 set up Zoom， 然后而且他们6点钟就在这儿 unlock 一下，大家吃吃东西，带点东西来，然后就是那种
礼拜一，
对，
就是跟庄博那个大团队学习，因为大家在家里都没有好好学，他不跟着。
在家里其实礼拜一你就这么时间过了，也不知道在干嘛，刷刷那个手机。
我会叫吴品跟我不要
嗯，
半小时，
不是1个半小时，因为什么就那么远呢？从 Lovely， 我就一直记得他住的地方是 Lovely。当初跟那个建来的时候，张博士来的时候，每次下那个高速 Lovely。
对吧？你当时是有没有到过餐馆？应该
第一次就是去你餐馆，你那个车好像还怎么了？我还记得我帮你打的最贵的电话，然后放到车上，不是，好像是另外一种车，
应该是
反正就在你们餐馆搞那个事儿。
因为我知道，我会搞车，所以就一般的话，这开那么多年之后，我是肯定不敢再开了，我最怕就会再开了。
你们那餐馆很好，当时他们那个餐馆就是有发中餐馆那个10几年前，那是哪个？我忘了，2006、07对放那个 CEO 的时候进。你妈妈弄点水来，刚刚。
那个冰淇淋你拿了吗？冰淇淋。
好，我给他们。
这个都是有好多呢。
哦。
那你说这个要记怎么跟你说啊？我真的是第一次做10几年，第一次自己 care about这些。
你 SMD 有那个吗？他专门给 SMD 有吗？你问他。
给 case number 在里面，只要给他们72个小时。
我给你这么建议哈，你很简单，写一封 letter， 写个 email， 大概说清楚。你实在不行，用那个 ChatGPT 帮你发的写下然后呢，你就发给 JP 发给李他的，一般都是当天或者第2天就会 respond。会骂死你吗？骂死，骂你干什么？
他不是骂死，太很骂。
是这样的，不，你为什么我给你问email？他 forward 一下动动小石头，就像我经常我的团队，你们遇见他们有什么事，对我就说你们不要烦我去写这个东西，你写好了我就 forward 一下，就简单，
就靠他的人脉，然后公司关系很重要
啊。那是。
你只要让他你说那个 JP 我发给你的，
他问你公司没有。这个很重要，因为你最终是跟产品公司要联系，客户然后这个你这个老板也是在不平，这个你可以，这个都这个不这样，你请他们是谁？谢。那我刚才也想，他至少有个 guarantee 嘛，然后真的，或者是，但是也不要误产品公司。那个产品多少？
我是说，
前面就是 cash value accumulation
10% for 10%，
也是10% bonus，它有2个。那现在我们发现他把 Pro 10，我刚刚照照片 ，Pro 10那个产品，为啥呢？它是 guarantee， 它是一进来，它现在那个产品也是有 premium bonus 10%，也就是说你的 cash value，比如说原来老的 policy 你不过来 cash value 你可能有surrender charge 对吧？但是呢，它那个10% bonus 就帮你弥补了。
对
啊，然后你那个基础上，
你这还有个饼干吧，饼干
它现在是给你20% 的 bonus，
在那后面，
income
在你
base
后面。
income base 20% bonus，还有10% 的 low up simple interest rate guarantee。所以呢，你这个产品退休以后，你每年拿多少钱是 guarantee 的。对。现在我们整个做年金的 experience 下来这么多年 ，honestly 是完全是就是它那个公司7这种产品都不太敢做。原因是什么呢？它里面的，比如说它的 participation ratio 啊，它的 check 呀，它都是可以改的，你知道吗？虽然 I think 它的改的幅度没有那么大，但是你知道，有时候跟一个领导层一换，一到这个公司都会的。如果我们时间太久了，所以凡是这种就是它调整的可控范围比较大的，我们通通不要做。还有呢，它给你的 index 里面选择也比较少，理解吗？I think 还算好的了，其他公司像Allianz更糟糕，你知道吗？但是呢，对这种就是可以 guarantee 增长的，你就是放心做，放心卖，因为它 guarantee 了，反正到时候铁板钉钉，它每年能拿多少？因为现在interest rate又高，你不知道这个时候做什么时候做。像于进那个 agility 10呢，像优品他们发生的就是他们展望的时候，就是用公司给他们 amount 的那个 illustration 就很 aggressive， 看起来很厉害。
还是就这样？
不是，你每年我就说，所以每年你没有到。对你收到那个 letter 的时候，你要看一下你的 index strategy 需不需要调整。
因为涨很多，是这个吗？
对，它那个就是涨得太快了。你记不记得你当时问我，我说你小的账号放这，你在 American funds 你就要放在市场，因为你有个对冲。
我们那个很少，
它是什么？它就是说，
不是说是就是contract 吧，所有是虚拟的吧？它这个不是完全的，那个就是 performance 一例的，比如说刚才讲它每年增长，也不是，它只能保证你不丢钱，对，但是涨多少不一定。
哦，对的。你的它的关键是你的 lifetime 的银行 ，OK， 就不是现在的。
我们预期更加关注的是 lifetime 的银行，这更加跟我们切有关系。对，当然像吴平他那个。也是，可是他的
奇怪聊呗，
但是他的运动又非常
高总结一下，来，来了，对，DJ， 对，把凳子拿过来，这里面位置够了吗？正好有位置。
所以你讲对，应该给他做到那个，叫他们走到那个10%，他有20%，
他们那个年龄到了。他反正10年之内就要拿进来，而且他们10年以后还有增长，它只是没那么高，是5%。
所以20%的 bonus over 20% bonus，right？ 然后
income base 是20% bonus， 然后每年10% 的 interest rate 的 guarantee。
对，但是他的那个
对 income，
不那
那个年金。
第二种我给误会了，我以为14%个RT，后来你也说不是，那个是跟着市场走。
第一个跟市场走，他那个呢是 cash value focus 的，他现在 promote 的那2个 index，
我也过来一起听
，S&P 那个 future， 就是 FC， 还有 Nasdaq FC， 像这种新的 volatility control 的这种 index strategy 啊，你要特别小心。因为他们的 performance 没有经过长期验证，他过去就算是去年很好，你也不能说，哎，Jameson 到了，
我还有你们那个
讲话，听完了，对完这边正好在这儿那个，也是这个50块，
这个年因为年纪现在一直对的，不知道什么时候又看了，但是我先跟你说不一定的。就是我们因为每个
要不然我就回家了，
出来效果不一样。
2个小时换表了。你们坐这儿听一下，那个今天早上那个 James 和那个
咱们没。
哎呀，我想你们了。对对对，我们现在在办公室，我们现在
正好在说，
你来这边我介绍一下，你们应该离得不远，这个是那个阿皮，这个
见过
他是我在 Colorado 认识的第一个人。
哦，你这个小姑娘啊，原来我就知道说差不多。
那个
现在我依然觉得是小姑娘。
他们家整个那个家族在 Colorado，不是在 Denver， 这儿最早期的、最好的中餐馆全是他们家的，就是这样的。我去他们，我是差不多那一年是多少年？
是我们家，
17年
不是我 ，OK？
对他们，我在17、18年之前，就是到 Denver 的去的第一家中餐馆，还有吧台的。那个时候中餐馆都没有像现在这样，是我看到的第一家有吧台。
原来
对，就在 Denver。
然后现在是 senior housing 的 owner， 就在做老年人公寓。
在我们这儿
12年了，好不好？我现在才
你是做什么的成功
？OK，我是老人院，我是做了12年了，我也是老人。
James 和他太太那个丹美
呀
，James 在那个他以前是在国内做 business， 做的。
就在那个大土地
他在边退休边在偏大人吗？他是做对，他是你是广州人吗？他
是啊，
你是厦门的，你先生是福州的，他先生是福州人。
我有的，你是福州的哈，OK，我在福州大学念了几年书，不过会骂人，什么骂？福州话不会讲。
Nancy 是福州大学的。哦，我们还有一个小。
有机会给你们介绍，这是你们的校友。
他在我们这边做那个建材，他
们家是开建材的，
专门是这个 cabinet。
对 cabinet。
对。
哦 ，Nancy 呀。
啊，
今天来了啊。
对，如果你家，你记得吗？你那个方博士第一次来，
对，去过你家的呀。
呀，对啊。That's why 看到那个。
对啊，
也是福建。
也是在问什么 business 4年 OK 的怎么做？因为
今天上午来的就是
对了，
想他的年轻的
你觉得妈妈应不应该？
他们俩的
这女儿太有。
你就这样，你妈妈考执照，你也考。
一样。对。
你那是男的
还是多少的？
他多大？
你的22岁。
哦，真好看的小女孩。
而且这个 business 是 family legacy， 妈妈做的好了还可以给着你。
那我们这边有很多 MCAT 考了能拿到 medical school offer 去的，在我们公司做了 CEO 的，有个印度那个叫什么那个East Coast 里也有一个那个 Catherine Wan 的女儿，那个 medical school offer 都拿到了，结果他跟他妈妈去了一次我们公司 convention， 自己决定的，他不要去 medical school， 在我们公司就几年就到 CEO， 好年轻。Hannah Wu， 他妈妈是李连杰的师妹，以前是功夫的，也是什么全国女子冠军什么的，在那个 California。我们公司能人太多了。
哎，你是不是刚才你练习在那个401K 的小型公司怎么 set up 的？
对，
要是有一个 proposal 出来的话，
你要听一听。
我们的 proposal 非常 standard 的，我们把什么东西都系统化了。
我也给他做在，因为好几个生意都需要。
做。
对，
我把那个 template 发
好。
这也有我的。
到时候可以的话，你帮助一下。
这么多，你看没问题。
因为老人院要做。
老人院。
是吧？
对。
你是有20个员工嘛？
哎呀，你有5个员工就应该做。
然后几个老师餐馆要做。
因为你自己如果给自己 payroll， 你也可以还钱啊，你可以省点税啊。但反正这个阿平钱太多，
不是税多，一缴那个税缴得我头都爆炸了，你真的一到。
那我们给你做点 DB plan 什么的。
他没有 DB plan 呀，他 DB plan 没做，
肯定没做。他天天都忙着大钱，他觉得一年存个10万块无所谓。
没有啦，我跟健讲过这件事情，2、3几年前做过，可能我的 situation 不适合做。 因为我不是
因为他全是跟员工在一起配合。
没错了，所以我是搞了半天才发现原来
你应该搞个 separate 的公司
你这，
让你这个公司聘你当 consultant，
来怎么
给自己发个1099之类的。
我就是前2、3个月才遇到出这个问题，以前的话怎么搞讲不清楚，而且建给我做的是什么？这个放1万多块钱，这个有意思吗？1万多块钱那个 policy，等一下我都不知道扔。
但是你的公司setting up 对那样的。
没错，因为我的都是跟我的银行不是跟员工有关系的，所以是后来我才发现
你，知道
我
那个
做不收。
都是这样，因为你们是这样的，正常 business owner 啊，如果你没有员工的时候，你就要开始准备了，因为你这样长期报税，你就是跟员工一起发 payroll 的话，你突然改了，IRS 会觉得很奇怪，他们这种是被 audit 的 chance 就很高。但是你如果一开始就 set up 好的，你一开始你就说，哎，我就给自己发一个这个表，其他都是这个员工拿 W2，没事儿，你员工就一起发，就做 401k 就行了，你给自己就可以做 DB，你1年就可以放个几十万进去的都可以，理解吗？不交税的，比如说你给自己发50万工资，你还可以，比如说20万次给自己发50万，像他都可以啊。
是啊，是可以发50万，
对呀、
发100万都可
你
以。
发了这么多，你不想交那么多税怎么办呢？你就放个20万、30万系别小，放到那个退休金里，像 DB，那这个20万、30万就不交税的，理解吗？实际报税收入只有20万，
你省下的税，孩子读书。
然后呢 AGI 也低。AGI 低了以后，那小孩子上大学的时候，你申请资助也比人家容易拿到，理解吗？
是，依然像我
你知道 Alice， 你们就在这个 office 知道就行了。Alice 都是不让我们在比如这办公室宣传的。对，因为他在我团队嘛，你知道，他都不让讲。你想想，你们想一想，大家都知道 Alice 大概1年赚多少钱吧？毛收入，他是拿过50万 ring 的，他反正再差也是40万，40-50万。他女儿去西北大学，1年可以拿3-4万，4万，拿一半儿。他怎么拿的？你知道，很简单，我都不用问他。首先，他有 DB， 他 DB 的话，1年可以，他夫妻2个都放的话，可以放到20几万。也就是说，25万都可以放 DB 里，他的 AGI 就变成25万。好，我们还有 business expenses 啊，你知道 Alice 每年玩那么多，公司的出去玩，你知道吗？你可以对呀，然后 travel 回中国，然后当然我们的 business 里面，你这肯定有要花钱的。你平常你要出去跟人吃饭，你不做我们的 business， 你要跟人出去吃饭，对不对？你要开车，你要用 phone， 你也还给小孩子要发工资。他的 AGI 我跟你讲，也就是20万。
我想就差不多。
对，是啊。所以说他怎么不拿？他就拿得到资助。而且你知道为什么我很确定他是认真的去 plan 的？因为他女儿申请的时候，他专门还在问我，他说一楠到底这个 liquid 的这个资产，就是你的 exposure 的要对，那这个是因为他当时他把原来房子卖了，他为了女儿读高中就搬到我们那个镇上，当时呢他就没有看中合适房子，他没买，但是他的钱一定是处理好的。因为他之前也问过我，他说一楠到底要放到多少？我说你把你的 expose asset， 我跟所有的客人都讲，但是我们很多客户都不听，你知道吗？他肯定是听了的。我说你一定要压在3万以下，3万以下。
你说什么？银行的？
你所有对呀、你就是说，像他自己退休金肯定是放的满满的。我想退休金他至少应该有100-200万，对吧？然后呢 ，insurance。那就是他女儿上大学那当年放了不少的，又国本 insurance。
他从什么时候开始？
他女儿
刚刚读大学去。
我知道，我是说他提前多久开始发？
那肯定是从小就是这样子的。
你认识多少人？都是头1年没有做到，老2管，老大没弄到老2管，总能管一个。对，
不是老大他没拿的原因，是因为实际上是这样的，是因为他老大所有拿到的都是私立学校，因为当时他们的 income 是蛮高的。他私立学校都给他了，但是他老大不去，他老大非要去那个 Georgia Tech， 是一个公立学校。而在我们 East Coast， 只要去 Georgia Tech， 你是肯定拿不到资助的。就像我们 East Coast 的人，你们这儿我不知道，他跟地域有关系。他老觉得 East Coast 的人有钱，你像那个 University of California 也是什么 UC Berkeley， 什么 LA 什么什么 Davis，他都不给我们 East Coast 的去呈现。所以我现在都跟我女儿讲，我说你首先你不能选外州的公立学校，外州公立学校只有几个可以选，就是那个 UIUC 拿得着的，你知道吗？然后而且我说我们东部的私立学校这么多，你就在这私立学校随便选啊，你非要去什么 Georgia Tech 呢？不要去。因为肯定不会给你钱的。
还愿意才是有些孩子特别的喜欢自己特别喜欢的学校，你没办法。
不是，是因为你没有从小跟他讲，因为小孩子实际上他们都是懂道理的。是，如果你提前不给他讲，他就没有这个概念的。而且申请支出的时候 ，James 一定要让小孩，不能让小孩单独操作。手法我们所有拿到的全都是父母一定是 in charge 的。
问题是。你们很好的去聊，像我怎么帮他
每个家不一样，每个家不一样。
因为
你不需要那个助学金，我们说的都是家里。有这个可能。你钱，你那些 business 你就不好。
但是again 你处理一下就不一样，对吧？
但是是这样，娜娜，像我们办公室的人，真的很好玩，没有人懂知道。我知道只有一个人买。就是那个旧，所以他就是没拿到。那今年我说过年都不要问他了，不要问，他肯定拿不到，因为旧的资产我都知道是怎么回事儿。你说你在 brokerage account 放了那么多钱，人家会给你吗？人家一直这么在。
没关系，我们还有时间嘛，我们家女儿还有6年。16年，
你到时候不行，把那个投资房放在信托里
，3年加4年
7年，但是我可以把投资房。
所以呢，就是不与时俱进啊。以前你放在 LLC 就可以了，今年就不行了。那就
不能少
就是
3万，
学习
人家35万年薪的都能拿几万的，
因为他真的就是几年前
到10万块钱的。
今年
为了不变是一起走啊。
记得我跟你也说过吗？今年就变了。对，他老的抱着以前的，他以前早就放 LLC。你这个东西没办法，因为那个 system 变了，就得与时俱进。
我本来是想就把投资房，然后 personal 转到。
刚刚我想上 Stanford， 我心想哇 ，Stanford 你要一学期9万，
多少人以下100人以下就可以不算的吧？
是吧？
就是 business
看过了，我不知道，我现在不知道。
那
你要是能申请1半呢，你4年你就能申6、7万，
我们现在都是
对吧？但是说实话，我不知道要怎么涨，但是你可能还是要稍微做一下准备，因为包括小组也是一样，你怎么知道啊？对不对啊？而且今年7年孩子变化
一件事，不是以前呢是这样，如果你的 company 不超过100个员工，或者没有员工，你就不 disclose 你的 company 名下的资产。
对，
今年就把这条拿掉了。只要你 company name 下面有 building 的什么，全都要 report。FAFSA 是这样的，但是 CSS form 早就是说你下面有 business 是要 report。
对，因为 private
school 不一样。对，所以就是回答娜娜这个问题，你什么时候准备是越早越好，因为要看你的资产。比如说你的资产如果是在举例子 stock mutual fund， 它不是在退休金计划下面的话，你晚了也不行，因为比如说小孩子到10年级了，你这个资产是 liquid money 很好 transfer， 说我放在比如说 insurance product 或者 annuity product， 随时还可以拿回来那种是有 return premium 的，也可以藏的。但是就是那天我跟你的那个朋友讲的，就是你帮他做长期护理那个理解吗？但是呢，你卖这个 stock 的就放你的时候，你像现在的市场，你肯定有 gain， 马上你就 reflect 到你的 tax return 上，就是说理解吗？因为你的收入要上去了，所以你什么时候做就最好 last 最 perfect 的 timing 就是小孩子9年级那一年，最后1年要做，但是呢，也不是说你要 rush 去做，所以我的 philosophy 就是尽早的做全面规划，因为首先你的父母就是要退休的，你以后反正都要做传承的，你就是要做长期护理的，这些资产都不会影响你小孩拿自主，你为什么不早做呢？而且本来就是for自己的 benefits， 你理解我意思吗？所以一开始你就要多就是你就多做，那么当然还有长钱的跟短期的也要有。因为短期的为什么呢？因为你并不知道你的小孩就最后能拿多少，尽早的能够是有点空了，是不是？啊，你 要去那些这方面。
他今天来的早，9点就过来
太
帮忙
可爱了，这小伙子，
小伙子可以的。那个，
我怎么看着他觉得像看到我们家的小？
既然是这样子，其实今天那个的那个年轻公司的那个就是Grant Smith，他讲的时候，其实你要是不困，你再听一会儿，手机。他刚才跟我说他没完全听懂。就是你听一下，因为正好那个丹梅姐和那个 James 哥哥他们今天早上没有时间来，但是我觉得今天 Grant 他分享的信息，在现在这个高利率的情况下，就是特别难。我觉得咱们都应该多了解一下。我今天在问阿平的时候，我有一些误解，正好他们俩来，要不然一男你把那两个产品简单讲一下，因为说实话，你要没到45岁以上吧，你可能听这个东西还是觉得离自己有点远。因为他毕竟是要59岁半才可以，那个年纪才可以，就是怎么讲，就是说没有 penalty 对吧？没有 penalty 就是没有，对，所以它是一个，我今天听了一下是一个特别好的投资观工具，关键它最主要的就是 peaceful mind，就是它不给你 guarantee， 因为其实今天那个谁王成也来了，你要早点见着他，跟他再交流交流。王成走的时候，
王成什么时候走的呀？
你听我说啊，王成
他已经不在了。
王成是这样子的。他昨天，我跟你讲，你听我说，明天要去巴黎看奥运会。昨天晚上跟我一样，但是还是来了。然后呢，刚才给我发信息，你看，他说我先走了，昨天晚上肚子疼，过一会儿要上厕所就不舒服。他说 index annuity 听起来不错，他说这个可以买，就是跟我
你要这样说，你要说等你从巴黎回来的时候咱们好好。
对，
约见。
我说感谢你那么不舒服，而且还听到你对产品用，因为他做投资做的非常好，我知道，就是他自己做。你看本身北大毕业，他又是 Google 的 manager， 他自己弄，他今天他是买投资，他就主要是就是做各种这个投资。他上次跟你也聊过，就是你们那个，他主要做那个。哎，他说那个，你看他挺厉害，他是有对，他反正是人比较低调。但是我的意思就是说什么呢？就是说，你看，他都觉得，因为这个资产配置嘛，就是因为坚持他来，包括我自己，就是像你现在也好，我也好，我们需要做一些 stock 和 EFT， 一个比较 aggressive ETF， 对，这些呢也要放，但是他放呢就是说定投，比如说我每个月放同样的钱在里边，然后退休计划在里边，但你看你像单枚1年6000，你7500，就你开一个Roth IRA， 对吧？你就把钱放进去。你就是说，你把钱放进去以后，你就可以，就是又算退休收入，又没有税啊，然后你还可以就是做成投资的一部分，对吧？
现在没有，但是以后是它也是收入高，收入低。
你说我以前都是拿我自己的存款放进去，因为是这样的，你存款反正你都要就是让它增值，你存款放在那个银行你不增值啊，放在这里边你收益。
银行也增一点，还要交税的。
没有 IRA， 不是你那个指数你是要交税的，但是你放到 IRA 里边，Roth IRA 是不交税。这么跟你说吧，你看他们明白，我是这么做的啊，我那个工资特低，我在银行的时候一个月2000多美金，
我没做，
是吧？
是罗莎
你要做，你要做，
多少人是不用再交绿报税，
但是以后不交税，
以后不交税。
我3个孩子都今年都8岁了，从13岁了开始。
是这样子，我在银行的时候，
我们家小孩
2000多美金，
我们家小孩
一个月2000多美金，我把这个钱全部都交完税以后放到钱上，然后我钱不够花嘛，我就
凡尔赛，
我挖成我的积蓄。但是呢，我那个钱就是用 Roth IRA， 等它投资增值了，不交税。所以你现在放在ERC里边，所有的钱
你怎么是去做了？
增值的所有的钱
要多做一点，反正你的钱用不
你一会儿我跟你讲这事儿，然后
以后你们家取
这个事儿特别重要。
那个
你要从那个
家你之类的呀，冰岛
你现在你加一个。
我那时候有个基本给我发的那些那个，
后来你加了吗？
做开玩笑就
那有点太少了。
当时就已经给了，因为我当做
我知道你除了401K以外，你还再开一个。
当时是做是
401K 是
很多人
给你做的，但是你自己开一个，你要给单枚开一个。
我是没了解过。
那我一会儿再告诉你，要不耽误时间。他那个一男那个。他都困得不行了，我要给他开2下。然后
我考虑到那个他跟我讲的他的情况，你去睡一会儿。
那什么？你回来再给你分享。那他我说年轻
因为
人，
我看着他就有一种什么呢，就是姨母笑，一看他就觉得像我儿子一样，真的原谅他。
啊，哎，那个一楠，你给我们再把今天就是Grammys 讲的那个就年轻的精髓的部分分享一下，这样我也对吧？因为我那个就是他这个王肯定是听得特别清楚，所以他跟我反馈这个意见。所以我在想，因为他会把钱放在不同的地方，因为他自己 stock market 肯定是有的，但是问题那个钱你不知道一会儿哗下去，
对呀
上来了，所以他为什么？
因为到一定年龄的时候，
年
就希望有这个
配比，
比例对，然后那个一楠你讲一下，正好他俩可以听。
其实呢是这样，因为 Grant Smith 他是作为公司的代表，但他有一点他说的非常对，就是说现在是说不能让index annuity 最好的时候。为什么呢？因为 index annuity 它现在给的所有的 interest rate， 它跟现在他们目前市场上的 10 years treasury 的那个 interest rate 挂钩，现在 interest rate 高。第二个跟他们的 option 的这个，因为他们是量大，你普通的人你可以做同样的投资，像比如他这个 idea 啊是什么意思？就是 market down 的时候它有 guarantee 不丢钱嘛 ，market 是涨的时候你跟着涨。涨的时候涨呢，它可能会有封顶啊，或者是有个 participation ratio 啊，或者它给你的 index 呢本身
说那个 participation 他们能听懂
，OK， 就是参与率。
不是我，
就说你就
你大概指数是什么？
指数它有公司请人，
也是
它有些是比如说 S&P 500是公认的，但是呢，像这种指数你可以看它的 cap 就会封顶就会比较低，理解吗？他今天 promote 这两个指数是他们公司花钱请别人去做的，因为他们的那个 parent company 啊 ，Apollo 就是一个很大的 asset management company。
那这个指数也是在那个
对，
也是在市场里面。
对，它是 public 可以 trading 的，就是公开的。但是呢，像他们现在做的指数叫 volatility control， 你听到他说他们的 volatility control 是多少？每分钟都在 balance， 因为很多公司是
你再说一下那个词
rebalance，
一天有7次这样。
对，其实不重要，重要的是什么呢？我跟你讲，他讲的就是说我再跟别人 different 怎么样，我们看的是结果，理解吗？我们看的是结果，就是说最终你这个 model 是不是 work？ 但是我跟你说实话，我作为 investor 啊，但是他这个 idea 是很好的 index annuity， 但是就像你说的，我们要去看的是，比如说我要看这个 product。我就要看他用的指数是不是那种 popular 的 well known 的，已经 proven to be successful 的那种，理解我意思吗？所以他 promote 这两个指数 ，to be honest， 我是有保留意见的。对，就是我要去跟客人讲的时候，我不会那么去 promote。但是你作为他是这个公司的代理，他这么讲是正常的，你懂我意思吧？但我们如果作为一个 broker， 我就会觉得说，但是他的这个 performance Elite 7算是在 industry performance 比较好的了 ，OK， 但是看你是什么想法。但是我跟客人介绍这款产品的时候，我就不会把它跟 stock market 去 link， 它不可能像 stock market 那么涨那么好，我就说实话。但是它跟 stock market 不一样的什么呢 ？stock market 丢钱的时候它不丢，市场涨的时候它 guarantee 不丢，
对，
公司给你的 guarantee， 它把你的钱实际上不是投资在 index 里面，它投资在 index 它就是对你的 expectation 就是你更稳健。所以我跟客人如果要 sell 这个产品，我就说，你希不希望你的资产有一个部分里面 diversify？ 因为就像你吃东西，你光吃这个你就腻了，全是 stock 上上下下，你天天心跳玩心跳呢。你到一定年龄的时候，你就希望说，哎呀，至少有一笔钱我是很安稳的，你不要去担心这个钱丢。所以它是有市场的，理解我意思吗？但是我们要调整一下这个 expectation。OK， 这是它第一款产品。
它的那个
市场涨跟着涨哦，它现在有一个 selling point， 因为目前interest rate高，他们现在 temporary 给你的 promotion 就是有个 premium bonus 10%， 也就是说你放10万进去，马上他就给你11万，11万开始。
对，但是它是这样子，
很多公司给的 bonus 不是说 premium bonus， 它这个 premium bonus 是说实际给你的。那么它第二个产品给的 bonus 20%， 但是也有 premium bonus 10%。是的，那个 20% 呢，它是给 income based， income based 是用来计算你的 lifetime income， 就是你不能拿走了，你就20% 的，不是说你一次性可以带走的。
但是第一个是可以拿走，是
第一个可以
它是这样的 premium，就是你交的保费，比如你交10万，直接有11万嘛。而他说的那个东西应该是说，就是他举个例子，当然说去年它是14%的增长，他给你一个就是最高点是12%还是10，我忘了，就是有个 cap，就是说你就市场不管怎么涨，但是呢。到 zero 的时候，就是说如果跌了20%，它还是就不跌，它还是
像前年市场亏20%，但它的这个 cap 就不亏钱，所以我认为它是有它的市场的，但是呢，expectation 怎么去调整？否则嘛，我们的客户到几年以后，他就会来找你，觉得说，哎，你给我讲这么好，为什么没有？但是你把 expectation manage 好了，就不会有这个问题。无评就是出现这个问题了。他就用最 aggressive 的那个 index 这个 strategy 去告诉客人，他自己也这么讲，结果最后没达到这个目标，他就很失望。这样我们的客人买到 agility tab 的都没有这种事儿，为啥？因为我们一开始给他们 set up 的 expectation，
他跟我说，你就把它当成对棒，然后国债现在是多少利率，这就是你跟比较 expect。
这个比国债好。
你现在那个钱，
其实挺好的呀
，11%就不是涨得很 aggressive。那我没丢钱就这样子，
没有，
国债也丢钱的，国债前年的时候丢50%。
其实它的也低了，而且看得下差不
不可能丢这个产品给人
一个完全成绩涨不多，是108000多，有哪边？对，但是它的 income base 14万多，
对呀，
什么丢才涨了40多4万多，
它是那个什么产品，就是说，
它的 income base
其实这个也是没有问题，那个也不是冲着
搬到
calculation去，
但是因为它这个产品实际上也是对的，
它这个钱没有那么
它的 income base 也会跟你的 actually 的 cash income 有关系1.7倍。right， 所以如果今年你涨的是0，它就没涨了，是这样。但是如果
但是你知道那个就是我知道那个这些 term 之前刚出来的时候，他给的 index 的选择没那么好。如果客人或者是他一直没有去换，比如说还是选的那个 ST 什么的，Homes 就是差，所以我们都后来换，我跟客人讲，你赶紧换成什么 BMP 啊什么的，那客人就好多了，因为 BMP 涨得就比较晚，他连2022年都涨了，2022年市场掉的那么厉害，他没有去弄，
所以这也是我们后来帮助客人还有更多的机会，就是说每一年我们还可以跟客人做 review。一做 review，大家发现，哎，我们家还要重新调整，还要一些新的东西。
它的 core 很多旧的一来我跟你讲，如果你的团队有空，你可以
他们可有空了，
要参考，
差人要一份早期，当时你有参与的呀？
是的，
在早期的
我哪有参与？我只是就是来跟说
内部的消息，你们不是外人，
是没有，
都是没有，
我也听不懂。
但是的话呢，
会听懂，
你去见外面调一批出来，连查记录一半。
survivorship， 然后年金都没做。
海滨做这个 part-time， 我们还有个25，而且就纯做这个 office。
我 feel sorry。虽然说这些厂有的我有参与的是，有的我没有，就是像当时这样去做training 去学习的，包括我自己很多 case， 我当时为了什么，我们3年有的，我说自己都没有去死，我说全部都。但是这边客人有的是，客人有的是，这边我看都没有做过
应该有市场渠道的，的市场。
以后他手臂哪有做？
你也只考个执照，你的英文可以的，
现在可以中文考了。
不要让他中文考，因为中文考完以后，你的东西还
我给你中文资料发给你，先去看看他们教材。
我这个现在学习的
你的学习能力已经是非常好的。詹姆斯，真的，我觉得咱俩
你这样
没有，这个考过的啊，还是
那个阿锦的嫂嫂，我亲自辅导过了。
好了很多人，
从来就是我们考队的一个样板，所有的人考不过，我就说你就像阿平的嫂嫂学习，
不是说只考
他们家嫂嫂
考到这里就完，后续还要去做，
就是帮助你的朋友啊，你想想，
你那个你想你在 Panda Express 在那玩
就没有，
也赚不了多少钱，还省不了税， 你在我们这 business 啊，你知道刚才他是在为什么他留下来这个问题吗？他现在下面有个 team member，就是一个
都是内部的啊，
一个 family， 就这么一个夫妻2个，光是 commission 大概都是100万，拿到的佣金。
就拿进去。
你想
多少人做了多少
case
好多 case 还没有批，还在等吗？现在已经刚刚做了，我知道的做了400万的 index annuity， 分成不同的公司，不同
批出来，
这个人是阿平带出来的，
在国内本身就跟你来打交道了，已经很烦了，想在国内。
你都不想跟我们打交道吗？
不是，如果要去，你这样来，你想做了，你就要去认真做，要去很多，要曾经。
他们也没有认真，你看，就妈有多认
吃
真吗？
玩玩。
很累。哪一天在国内就是进那个的，
但是现在大家越来越
谁把你的心伤了？真是的。
我觉得。
佳美是不是没上过
钱？
钱？
是吧？你找个这里确实一定要来看看，比如说去做市场，手上的钱在沟通，我去这个你不说，
而且没有交费的，
或者这个税太高。
对，我基本 honest，
这个年代，我们就拿出大姐呢，会怎么样？
你不愿意拿嘛，就 be honest。如果说你自己有一些客人，一些有 cost 资源，你可以自己不去处理一些，他们来处理，你也拿50%的，
你也拿50%。
absolutely，
你就 forward 给我，你看我这个经理客户，
那当然你要有保障，你知道是我们是不可以分钱分，对，你是
我就自己来，
你
例如说，
今
天我说，因为本身就说国内的保险市场你们知道，
就比较
乱。然后我们有这个，但是我们就说可能都会去对环境去讲，国内的方面来思考，对吧？那个怎么样？所以我为啥觉得
那好的批，并不是所有人。
对呀，那就很累嘛。
是
国外很多人他不接受的，很多是类似了解到。
一般美国这边很多人
对
接受。
那我们美国这边没有这种，没有这种说什么没有就是客户，国内是很。
怎么没有？
我们现在有一个福州人，天天就是我们只要能给他批，任何公司都上。这个而且福州人的概念比广东人好，还有跟爸爸
尤其
妈妈
你们一讲福州话，真的。
哎，我早期是不怎么爱做老人家的 case， 我一定要批比较难，就是地方话嘛，然后费用很高些。是我一个福州客人，一个女生叫我的，她说，她就求着我，她叫我萍姐，花点时间帮我把爸爸妈妈转出。然后就给1000多块钱，当时50万，他说你算算，比起我去付一个房子的钱还少，有一个房子的话，我一个月的也要2000多块钱吧。
还要当配啊？
哎，对呀，
还要操很多心啊。
对呀，他说拜托了，你就帮我把爸妈，我当就买房子来投资。
真的，他们说的是这样的，
那个就是这个不会 lapse 那个钱，就一直。等到老人，
这个算出来也确实，父母的话2份就是100万，2000多块钱。然后他说我买2个房子也要4万，因为当时他只是60多岁，60多岁。
你说的那是保证的吧？
我好多年前了，5、6、7年前，因为他自己买他的出租房还投资了
100万，听不到一句。
那你只要60多岁，那你想想说他说，因为他这个是用30年时间来付的，然后来他配，他说我爸爸妈妈60几岁，然后在30年，最多90多岁 ，most likely 他们身体状况不可能，可是你的房子要供30年，就2000多块钱，房子到时候30年用完都不可能100万，
那就30万换100。
还有，他等于是6，如果说真的是30年，是60多万换100万，可是你也可能说，
一定他们依据
说10年，你给他算20年吧，20年80几比较正常，
而且不用交税啊。
所以你是等于说1比2， 他算起来就等于说1点，是他教我怎么算，要不然我还真的那个时候我才开始做了这样的道理。
所以说你都挺好的，不要睡。
不要睡的呀，
而且你是零存，
也不操心。
对呀
我每个
你房子
月
要操多
我
少心？
每个月就当成
现在房子太贵了。
是房子操心啊，因为过10年你就要大修一下了。
而且你觉得他当时那个房子是40多万吧，1个月是要付2000多块钱，这40多万，你说20年之后，你能保证他100万？能完全
能完
这之间你要花多少精力才维持这个房？所以说他说，萍姐拜托你了，
这个
他经常都去买福州的那个鱼丸，哎呦，他经常就说，久不久就买一本给我吃。
就是这样，我们那个
哎，你知道吗？我跟你说一个事儿哈，我那天我去做睫毛的时候，我发现福州人就是他们做这个保险做的特别的好。
他爸爸妈妈这批钱，他都把我当成产生业，他们家的产生业。100万的是那个，你这样花了6个月时间，
我们福州这个观念没有像的。
然后福州人观念强，
他们广东人不愿意做这个事儿。
闽南的闽南的话呢，相对来说，稍微比起你们福州的话，进进出出海外比较多，闽南还是相对来说比较那个东南亚这样，对，那像你那边应该是这样子，所以你知道我们真正的困难的话，谁跟我讲，真的那些人的话，他们对这方观念都很强。我说我讲什么都没用，你下年都要来美国，我才有办法帮你处理。2亿。
那我们问一下，那个私下的问题，你的这个佣金是200多少？
看你的。
看你的 experience 就是 performance。我们的佣金最低，要那个跟 James 这个 startup，
需要
最年轻是做25%，最高 contract level 是65，像阿平这样就是65。
像一男就更不止了，
哎，我跟你一样的话，好吗？
你就说
但是你
一样的，
就是比如说你拿了执照以后嘛，按你的这个，比如说有多少年这个。
跟年没有关系，
还是跟你的
年跟你分量，对，
业绩，
对，
业绩我们最近是20%，比如说这个。
但是你可以一夜之间搬到65%的美国。
他就说你达到多少？比如你一下然后500万600万。
但是更重要的是我们这个 business，比如说就像阿平，用他刚才我们讲的他那个 case 这个例子啊，他是 SMD， 所以在我们这个不是一个销售的生意。这是一个 building 的生意，什么意思呢？就是你可以去卖产品，你最高就是卖到65%的佣金这个级别。但是更重要的，你是也可以怎么带人，在这个生意里。就我举个例子啊，比如说现在我们正在讲一个 case，就是富华刚刚做的，他们这个 family 可能total会有，假设说哈，我们就说少一点说50万，好佣金，好，还有100万，佣金
50万的。
50万的可能是已经出了 ，OK， 好，但是呢是这样的，你不见得有50万，就是有这么大客户，但是呢，对阿平来讲，这个客户其实不是他直接做的，他没有直接做，也没有直接参与，也没有像你刚才说，还要跟他搞来搞去烦，他啥都没烦。他呢，就是当初他带了这么一个人进来，就是杜华。杜华呢也是 SMB， 杜华拿他的60 contract， 但是他作为就是培养他的 SMD Senior Marketing Director 是资深经理，对，作为培养他的这个 Senior Marketing Director， 他这个 case 他是可以拿12%的，所以你像50万，你像这个 case 年不返，
就拿第一年。
No， 这个 case 它还有年金啊，有 asset 每年都进来，就 passive income。我们这个 business 不是只是一次性的，像你比如说咖啡，你就喝你就有。
他交一年，比如说今年交了，就是比如说今年。
我这个要好好给你推个 start，
好好培训。
对，我还不知道，这样子没有培训啊。现在我没有 whiteboard， 但是我真的
总之就这样子。
我跟你讲，就是 401k。我举个例子，他刚才我们正在做 401k， 好，
我刚做的。
哦，对，你们 Panda Express 有吗？
对，刚做。
比如说你们 Panda Express，你们没有想过多少员工？你假设说就是1000人的公司， 或者呢，你就100人公司做10个，或者呢就是10个人的公司你做100个 account 也可以的。每个员工平均每年我不说多了，就是每个人放1万块，10年一共他放多少？10万，对吧？1000人的话是多少？100个 million， 对吧？100个 million 就是客户的钱，但是你知道我们赚多少吗？我们每年差不多就是你自己选，你可以0.2%，你可以0.3%，你知道吧？你比如说你选，当然你可以0.5%，啊，你说我选0.3%，好，0.3%乘以100个 million 是多少钱？1年30万。假设说你说你烦，你不想一个人干，你说哎呦，娜娜很会跟人 building relationship， 请娜娜来做，你们俩分好了，一人一半，你15万1年，他15万1年，
就谁介绍的 business 就谁分一半。
对，
就
就是
你当然你得给份，比如你在福州有朋友他感兴趣，
你
说那我
你做 trainee， 你要做的事情是什么呢？你就引荐 whoever trainer， 理解吗 ？trainer 他拿他的一半，你不用管，反正谁帮你做的这个 case， 他就谁去拿。那你拿你这一半呢？啊，就是说你要引荐啊，然后中间就是你像比如说他们那个 case， 到最后那个我知道庄博士不让他们 trainee 上嘛，就觉得 trainee 也帮不上忙，那个 case 也难做。对，不然他
就是你最后还有个团队，就是你
他就
赚慢了，还可以找一拿这个
就帮着做 paperwork 你就可以做吧，做的命的花了。
就是也买不了，
现在
大
太多了。昨天我们团队人课都是7个 case 啊，全是7移民。
哎，我刚才我来之前，我跟你讲，我刚来之前做了一个 case 什么呢？上海的一个做教育中心的一个小姐姐 ，OK， 她呢就是每年带学生来美国，就是参加夏令营，就是这个时候来，这个时候回去，拿的就是 B1、B2 签证，你知道吗？如果你不去跟她做，别人也会跟她做的。她自己都说，她说我已经来美国这么多年了，就是没有下定决心。那这回疫情不是开放了，她又第1年回来吗？我们半天帮她做，开银行账号、体检、申请全部都做完，没有美国身份。也不是 green card， 也不是什么样的，你理解吗？他能做的，为啥呢？他资产够了，而且像这种市场，他们必须100万起，100万以下不做
的要求
，100万以下不做了，理解吗？
而且现在好多父母送孩子过来读书，就在这个暑假这个期间，他们只要入境嘛，
对，
就有可能。
你像他79年的多少岁？差不多40出头，对吧？好，他每年他在国内，他在香港，他在任何地方买不到这么便宜的保险。他做的那个 protector 100万是蛮创的，一共放10几万。
昨天我在群里发的，目前资产都在往哪儿走？你们这肯定就不要看群里面的内容。
现在香港的那个，
他给我发，我都突然间才看到。你们不是我，
哎，
像你这样啊，你就在 Panda Express 做这个。就是你真的，
你就是喜欢
大材小用，
就是啊，你在国内是做 business 的呀。
No, I mean Panda Express 做以后给你积累一些人 ，I mean connection。
哎，你在那儿积累啥 connection？
没有积累。
说实话，那个环境你咋弄嘛？
人家杜华姐的话，这是对的。当时
但是杜华姐不一样，她是餐馆老板。
当时我们餐馆，我给他再重新给他，我买掉了，买掉那餐馆。后来我在想着他的就打游击，他要个窗口去对接外面，所以后来我就把杜华姐家有一库回来，你再去看餐馆，你自己安排你自己的 schedule， 反正我就把25% 分叫他去，然后你去看的前面，我不管，总之你就我不去 control 你的 schedule， 你自己爱怎么，但是你要个窗对接。结果是挺好的呀，其实效果都好。他只要有人做事情的话，他可以不做，
不是他这个不太一样，他这个是个员工，基本上是个老板，你知道吗？对。他的事情是什么？客户来了，客人来了，他要去招呼怎么样？因为我知道餐馆都就像我们经常去的餐馆，老板熟的话，你啥事儿都会愿意去。因为有时候你有一些特殊要求，人家老板也懂，就给你弄好。但是你不熟的餐馆，你老觉得不自在，真是这样的。
所以当时做
他们地是有意识的要保留。我们根本杜华姐根本不在乎那个收入，我也不在乎，但是我们要那个
他弄你的餐厅去，然后去
我们要这个窗口要让客人来的话，我们的
你想想，你在这儿哈，一年随便做几个客户，就是国内也好，就在这儿也好，
你就写了
完全顶得住。哎，我跟你讲，我们办公室有一个孙磊，他们见过的，到现在都内向的不得了，见人不说话的，那从来没有
啊，就是炒面炒饭，
场面吵架，
帮他打工。
他是打工。
就打工啊，
找萍姐，找萍姐。
你去他那儿打
简单嘛，
那吧，
萍姐那儿还需要人啊？
简单嘛，
不是啊，我说为什么？
简单嘛，也要那个有生活费呀，要交生活费呀。
哎，我很好的 offer。
你谈一谈，谈一
哎，
谈。
我很好的 offer，我跟你讲 ，Honey Bee 像杜华姐，
就是这附近的一个
上次来
开业的时候，
开业就
下
是带他们玩
我知道上次
跟我跟你讲，
你看这来了，
杜华姐
换个气
跟
氛。
跟我另外一个 partner 的话，当时我们保留这家餐馆，有杜华姐种下，另外那个里面厨房的大姐，她就是我们有点想要成就她的一个梦想，上跟到我杜华姐，但已经他们两个的年纪都已经上下了。事实上，而这家餐馆呢，杜华姐他们也确实是厉害。我们接手现在从7万多，现在搞到将近20万了。OK， 然后我们是关闭天的门哦。那这家餐馆我现在要卖掉，也可以继续保留下来的。可是我考虑到这两个大姐，特别是厨房那个姐，68岁了，我看到她这样的，我真的不舒服。
我见到他，
所以事实上我们是 looking for someone， 你能够把厨房给我卖掉。
赶紧呐，吃饱了，吃饱。
但是你得让我看到有这个能力去管理。
他没有问题。
你管理得掉的话，除了工资，
别去 Panda 了，
对
干嘛的？
哎
生意。
我们 offer 的话，除了你正常的工资，你在这个位置上能够拿到工资，你拿多少工资？这个第一个 offer， 这个是保证你的最基本的生活，就是你跟外面做这么多钱，跟我们做也会有这么多钱。但是呢，后面的话看着你的能力，我们允许你慢慢的话把分给买去。他只是说你一定的bonus是可以，那我们希望说你不是跟我们打工，你不是我的员工，你是我的合作者。
合作哪个兴趣？
你应该跟大人，你跟那个杜华姐商量。而且这间餐馆呢，如果我们要再花点力气的话 ，most likely say 我们 very possibly 能做到20万，这是我们的想法。但是呢，我厨房我根本就不想再做任何的广告或者任何的 offer 让生意提上来，我实在不想那个大姐辛苦。你生意越大，那个大姐越辛苦。
而且是在里面去什么就是
他没完全是对的，但是如果没有做的话，你得顶上去，顶上去。我不想他
餐馆就这样，
我想要找一个人，他顶上去，但是这个大姐经验非常好，确实他经验。
他们还做苏式。
那就跟那个他们也差不多，他们也是经理是也很清楚，
那当然
都
了。
是顶上去。
所以其实餐馆生意很好做。
那 again， 那你帮人打工，这个机会不比那个更好啊 ？Right？
你 Panda 的
首先我不会，
他叫我做经理，
首先
去鼓励我做。
首先我们不会，
你不想操心的。
你说那要太累，要他们上网吧。
我们没有。我们首先就是说，员工都必备基本，你只是学不来就点上去。但是你要管理什么厨房，该 order 货的话，该要点什么去，你要心中有数。那这个大姐呢，她的经验确实，她的经验确实从7万多现在就要20，差不多3倍。这个蛮厉害，是短短几年了，7年时间。OK，
在的疫情当中。
是的，然后呢，现在因为有
地点，然后我们一天快餐店一天都是8.7。
OK， 那是跟地点是很信息，这知道。但是从他这些店来讲的话，这个还算是蛮厉害的。
哎，这样，今天那个10点5线，回头啊，咱们去一趟。
你去那个杜华姐餐厅，你可以考虑一下这个。如果第一去那儿吃个饭，苏喜小姐爱吃，对吧？咱们约着去一趟，然后跟杜华姐见个面，然后你看一看。
对，还有中餐的苏喜是干嘛呢？苏喜呢，这个苏西下10几年，在我一家餐馆里面帮我做过事情。当时我有承诺，或者是口头上承诺，就说在某个适当的时期里面，我会成就他的一个他的梦想。对的，这个是我10几年的承诺。后来的话，上面那间餐馆我是想说，我40岁是退休，我这个餐馆做了11年，11年的时候是40岁，把那所有是为西酒冰餐够退休的，
打算这边做了一个上市公司老板，
后来我才这个餐馆卖掉，那就没办法成就餐馆讲，他一直在我所以当初啊，这边要遵守装修餐馆。所以这样在上桌位置是杜华姐老公一直喜欢做做香肠，他既然要改变，他把我花一点钱花点精力，把这个地方给改变了，满足了杜华姐的老公一直想要改变这个位置，就是那个位置，这就是高，然后满足了他的一个想法，好多年来想要改变，同时有让我回过了我10几年有个，那改变这个到底要怎么改变就把中餐里面酒吧还是一部没像老外那样，改变什么熟悉好像设施才能说比较容易一些，所以我就给他改成学生班。那这个就让我回托了这个人，当然这个人在10几年前跟我做事情，他就是很认真，我认为他的努力，所以这个时候就帮他好了，一下子我就跟这个熟悉的人的他的事就是说，
觉得累，你觉得哎。
我就
学点新东西，
30，
还有点意思。
搞定我人工，搞定我的不考，温，所以他现在的话35%的，
你现在
因为他外面打工好多了，
天天你想
所有的建筑，
你不在乎了，我们来承担这个。那个名利啊，实际上我开我掉，但是他我实习生跟他不好，就对他了。我说你现在多几个税怎么办？税的话，对了。他本来就是他，因为他扣掉他的不高，所以我算了一下，也比他打工多了。他打工的话，实际上6000，现在我看到他每个月都超过4000，所以他已经才刚开始。
其实我爸爸也有
目前
这样
子一状况就是
虽然
但是因为才开。
最近就从
遇不到水嘛，所以规矩啊，你自己来control，我不control你要怎么做，你 control 你的时间，不 control 你的时间，你来control，我跟你之间是怕的时候，就不就走了。
关键是这个省的这个很靠谱，真的，这个
不对做，
然后我就
所以你这个是要有想法，因为首先帮别人打工，
再往
你说这老大已经读书了，不用你管了。
你跟他说要补台，
为什么
要？
你可以去聊一下，不要找那个谁。
我们做一个事情就要
不一定能赚多少钱。
但是一开始就是我们的生意已经stable在那边了，就不要你只 follow 这种做法，只有更高的，因为还别忘了后面还有3个人在support，我是肯定是反弹说。我一点看到你们的把它做对我是可以找出问题的，我会给你们说我们的数字可能出现了一点问题，然后你们就这样去告为什么出现这个问题，然后呢，大姐大的那个经验和厨房经验你是根本就不用担心，然后杜华姐外面的那个经验，它整个是什么跟市场链接，我们不是说太多了，所以的话呢。如果说对一个新人没有多少生意概念，或者说风险承受的有一定的那个的话，这些风险都是我们到底才开始冲击啊，跟别人是做事情这边某个角度有机会，现在就是在为
很多东西都是你要去争取的。
我觉得那个 James 一个好的办法，不是说累不累的问题，你在看他不累吗？你准备在那干多久？你能干？昨天 因为这是个体力活，你做任何 business 就像我
一定是 office 啊，不一定非要你。
对对，你就琢磨一下，不要认真考虑了。谢谢这个。
我们这个 office 也并不是说每个人都我们就接受，我们也要考，同时也让你考核。我们
你在我们这次的里面已经被考核过一次了。
我们当然是这样子说，
被考我不知道。
你也在
他能让你知道，
你也在考核，对吧？考核说我们的生意到底健不健康，有没有发展前途的呀？对不对？你在做这件事情呢，那我们在考核你有没有这个能力来发展这个 position， 对吧？
跟他说再多没用，但是你做
那个他们叫什么叫做是做过你做要做这个。
OK， 好，做副经理，他是给你的 offer 有没有达到说你心中的一个corporate 就是 corporate
一个月差不多会对他有冲击。
哎，
让他的
我是有过一个朋友的，是像国内乡下的一个邻居，他在 Panda Express 做经理的哦，但是他不是广东话，这个是Oklahoma的，
全是这些英文人是吗？
他做了2个月，
你看我们那他上了这边，他们没这么多，哈佛的
没这么多，也就是没这么多。
我这个集体都有送一年，我们送一个人的期望。
很厉害
啊！
一般
送一个人的期望，
帮2个做税，OK，
我不只是我都邀请到我团队里来。
但是那次
刚才哎错了，就像刚才50万的，
觉得这个妈妈虽然
正常你不懂得怎么比较的，不懂得怎么处理的50万，真应该要报多少税？付多少税出去？
不是你们的学校，只觉得妈妈能搞
这个公司要成立多少公司去整个。
比如说我们也是在这做的学校厂我让小孩子不要
你的意思，你是说
不要来
7万块钱的税出去，是不是？
他会推荐
交税10万块钱，而且别人看，
人家这个
他们给我看了，他说
你2个女儿。
包女儿的
什么样的？
真的没有好，7万块钱，外面的税，你小孩子4个税都进去了税啊！
你总共是多少？
对，那小孩子
就是这边 Medicaid State Federal 哦，我们减下来是7万块钱吗？
我觉得以前
说过的不会是，你像这个有些特别有钱，
CPA 也不是谁想
对呀，不多嘛。
对呀。
那么多不多，
而且当然不靠后面
多，大概要赚了多少钱？起码要赚了20-30万。
所以我觉得你不用，只是你
还有另外多啊，
才会重新调整一下。
你在日常状态，所以你看你
我操，这个信息肯定搞
有一天偏啊，你的是这样
有没有
的，这个年尾是
因为他从小
的去
看到的
你的样子
是怎么
，Social Security Medicaid 这2个是固定的，1个6个。OK， 这个不管是怎样，就看谁你的其实那 state tax 我也可以放在很低的，
老三需要你的一个状态。
黑 check 我也 W2，我也然后 W2 是额外叫他给我，甚至叫做是那个8%的钱都不要了，这个扣了。
我知道那种的，
我知道我年尾要报很多税，反正都要掏，我就直接从外面扣掉了。
这个话题应该是每个机构不一样，但是我觉得是这样的，詹姆斯，你
先让他把
你
你的说
你只 offer 是一个，
你不要像你的最后，
而且他们跑过来就
你来到，你不用来投资，你不用你这个我觉得是这样的，你这 offer 很好，我们每天怎么
不是我的 offer 当然很好，但是我现在他考虑他讲的1个月多我还不知道你的经验达不到那个薪资了。
对，
哎呀，
但是他是这样子，如果是一个就是说，如果他有什么样的公司的话，对，他可以是一个上现场工作，比如说他在翻到挣多少钱，他在你那挣多少钱，大概就说一个工作，然后如果他想，因为你培养他嘛，
对，要双方，对，要
对，
因为上
这个计划，
我刚才吵架，不能去了，我爸刚才跟我讲说不要去讲一会儿他的时间教也不好，然后累也不好，
但他们还是有 因为如果没条件的话，像我跟我们家老公，现在如果他干了三份工作，要交其他捐献，然后我有什么6、7个孩子，然后在那个都是全看，我们不干不行啊，你知道吗？然后呢，以后老了对，他现在在我们家，对。哎，你们加一个联系方式，到时候如果有什么可以，对吧？就给大我杜华姐出现。杜华姐，我没管这些没办法去处理这些事情的。你是 investor， 然后呢，董事会的。
不是这样子说，我自己有老人院嘛，我有药房，我有护士站的，我还有几件，我怎么管得了这么多人事的东西？而且我不想业绩，既然我交给他们的，就是让他们来决定。
而且以后要可以学习这个是最重要的
啊！我要这个，
当然这个也是我的一部分，但是你要做这个你也还比较懂呀。但我觉得如果可以投资 business 不用自己管，找到这个工作的事情，that's best。
当然，打不了气是这个事情。我现在基本上杜华姐，
我给人打做了一点，
杜华姐就是那个现在是管那个哈喽地那个才对吧？
他前面
这次这些所有的菜都是他们
刚才讲我们
起码是多钱，不要吃的。
而当时他也是一直 struggle， license 考不了，我让那个。
哎，对不起，我们那个
他也没办法了解。那么其实你有挺出讲，就要问自己，我到时候我想什么时候退休？一个月退休的时候，我希望固定不少收入。
是的。
你说不那么累，你说想不要那么累，不想不那么累是对的。可是你得把后面的事情都处理好，你才有办法，你才有办法放心来放松自己就来。我的退休没有，我的长期护理该要发生事情我要有个策略来解决我没有。我的孩子上大学的这笔费用的话，我还没有给他设定。即使你让他在家里面休息，他其实不下去的。
我们家就是儿子的，太让我还高血压的，现在对这样，我跟他说，我每个都是你行不行？我每次相对来说也不能说对啊，但我的目标是就是让他可以退休，但是我现在还在努力。我因为在美国开销太大了，
所以你看我老公，就是有时候我觉得你们男生好像更容易焦虑。
搞得不错嘛，
是的，然后我老公说，我们的压力不要好，我是觉得没压力，我觉得我的事情处理得很好了，我没压力，我该退休的前我都已经准备好，我知道我要退休的时候要多少钱准备，而且上大学我也准备给他了，我的长期护理我也准备了，这个是必须的。我38岁的时候处理的这些东西，那剩下来有就多花点，没有就少花点，有我就多投点，没有就少花点。投资失败，没有生活经历安排好，所以你没安排好这些事情的话，心情定不下来，你来啊，所以比如说身体不好，那你积极看自己身体状况，你总是要自己的几件事情抓我来设定好，就是别忘了我刚来美国的时候是整3年，没有很多小休息年轻的而且。老我记得我记得我这样接了，driving license 说的退休，还行，不是又抢我一个人，你可以帮他们接了不记得，你那边是那个怎么就可以退休呢？但是如果反正他们中国人有些还是女生，而且还那么年轻，你用我这么多东西，他们觉得不对。需要用钱的话，可以好了，你来拨了我。但是他们还有一天做你们48小时，我做14个小时。我一个人 cover 2个人，我整我是当时来美国11年，我做11年，算是是不是我一个人做了40年工作了？我值得退休不？我不可以退休？基本上就70岁以后来辛苦。 确实，你是花了11天的工作，可是一个累的话，就是3几年的工作量。
因为它便宜，有这个道理，
总是要看时间问题。
要去积累。
不，就像玩飞机嘛，起飞其实我开始要需求一点。那我现在很轻松去表演，我周游10圈世界回来，我的钱比去酒店还是这样子进。对吧？你是因为你是因为你有个时间，可是我刚开始做的时候，我一个月只能发2次。我刚来美国，因为你的是没有赚多少钱。
如果明天的话，你
8年2万3，我一个月只能
跟我完全就是一个会考，
就这么
对吧？就可以。我当时吧，因为早上进入这个是因为
他说明天开的时间才定下来，是不是你的朋友也
我们家我这个3个人都上大学，当时在福州大学念书的，地也在那边，3个人同时上大学，辛苦。
可以。
那我想着我的孩子，
你看这个老大，他有
对这以前，
妈妈
因为一来这里有了嘛，我想想，我当时能力有限，就放100块钱呗。
你不要把老大。
对。
哎呀，我觉得你今天碰见一个老乡蛮好的，他说的这些东西我也是很有收获，这也在学习的一个。
对对对，我这是
现在具体怎么我也不知道啊，小姑娘，你这个也有好啊，sweet 3个孩子都培养的好，是不是啊？好，这么嘛，对。
没关系，就这个呢，咱们来看你说的，本身也这个，不用来，但是老板，
其实我们也是，
对呀，
是我们
包括我在去，
不管是帮我吃饭，
上老板，对对对，人家长一个人，
我的右边，我有很多案子，我帮，因为以前我说不是像现在的按照50/50
钱都
可以投资吗？当时好多都是下面的，他们就去写了，有些时候他可能才拿1%，或者有些时候都没拿。我后来做 SMD 有开始的时候也是这样的，我 close the case， 我是不是 right agent， 我 screening， 我的 agent。如果这个 team member 我对他的会的话，我都调查出来。尤其如果是 non-transfer 的 policy， 更表现。transfer 可能有些会乱，
我去感染他们。
但是呢，你除非就是说有这个contact，我可以给他让他把
以前在中国有学做石油的，结果后来呢是搬到刀里的这个加拿大了。我之前雇了一个就是那个 James 雇了一个国内的人，现在我自己我自己雇了一个人，就在
Go on case 这个
是跟加拿大他来帮我，又说你现在有现在一个，我会把我这个
我马上给你看吧，
因为
你问谁呀？
我能去上个洗手间过来给你看，马上就过来，好吧？因为我都在我的 Google Drive 里。
我还想说，
过来就需要你
说到那个，
我再找个人过来。
我上次听见说过，你们那边有，但是现在需要没那么火。
我还没搞清楚呢。
对，
因为你还要跟员工 educate 的，
哦，那个简单，他都是的嘛，
对吧？
对，主要是老板又
那我现在会
老板拍板员工也要统一的呀，
因为我的优势在开拓客户上，不是给你手电嘛，对吧？那我就把工资给他，然后我就说你每天过来帮我做3个小时，这样子的话，我把钱给他，我这3个小时发干的。我的意思就是说，你如果能够成为这个事儿的 owner， 就你有这个自主权。说白了，美国你打工，你一辈子就是拿时间换钱。你什么时候可以拿钱去投钱？那是你得有这个。
我想他当老板的人，这个在国内当老板，这完全清楚的。
没错，
你根本就不用。
你有眼光，我跟你说，一看。
point 现在加他 point 是当老板当太久，跟员工打deal太烦人多了，所以实际上是不想把这件事情，是吧？我觉得也是。但是的话呢，生活嘛，不跟这个人交流，就是跟这个人交流。人是个群体动物，它不是单独个体生活。所以你的健康越做人，或在一件良心的事情在做的，是对自身的一个健康是有好处的。我们封闭我们自己会反正不长，我老公封闭2个人在一起，空气闭在一起没多久就要跟他吵架， 因为人是个人，所以我们现在挺好，他做他的事情，我做我们的事情，他每天晚上都会在一起，这对他身心有健康。本来我是想找会喜欢他做，反正他自己单独可他自己这样管理这样，所以我发现如果他经济上有问题，他得有事情要做，对吧？是不是这样子说？人是你得早上起来为一个方向，为一个事情要做，这到一定状态，不是说3个字的问题，是一个精神上面一个意识要的。所以不管说你真的去餐馆打工，还是做什么事，你自己给自己一件事情去做，就这个问题少。来跟随，其实这样的跟真的是，对吧？但是如果说你把自己的能力结合起来的话，有时候只是一个介绍的工作，他刚好需要这个东西，刚好有这个资源去。
那你看过这个行业挺久，我举事情，你做这个本来是有事情
20年啊，纯粹当时是为把家里的事情处理好，哪里处理？
那你算是非常专业的。
哇，
怎么讲？
炫东西嘛，那我们
不是
画
画
过来的。
这东西是有它一直最基本是要把
你不是说学